Good morning, America. President Trump opening up a new golf course in Aberdeen, Scotland. And I am actually touring the website right now because this is quite a fan favorite for me. Trump International Scotland. It's a new modern links masterpiece. In fact, the great John Daly saying that Trump Aberdeen's new course is one of the most spectacular links courses that you will ever find and that you can enjoy as a golfer, whether you're just starting the game or whether you're picking it up with your family. Truly a destination. And that's really been spoken about throughout the golf world as the greatest 36 holes in all of golf. A new era of championship golf, in fact, coming to Scotland. Trump International Scotland will be the host venue of the Legends Tour, PGA Seniors Championship, and the DP World Tour Scottish Championship in 2025. There's even a Trump restaurant and cellar and the Clavis Whiskey Bar at this venue. It looks absolutely incredible, and I'm looking forward to the time I can just hop over the pond and view this exclusive opportunity with my own eyes. And you'll be getting a sneak peek of that for this special morning broadcast today with President Trump and family and business partners, including the Vice President and Executive Chief of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump, all doing the ribbon cutting today, all set for an opening date of August 13th of this year. This is a big deal for golf world. It's a big deal for the Trump White House as well, because you know President Trump does this diplomacy through culture, through sports, through music. We saw the entertaining and masterclass that he gave with that golf swing just the other day over the weekend. And let's recap the weekend. Going back to Friday, President Trump securing trade deals with Japan, $550 billion. Thailand and also the Philippines, they have to pay a 19% tariff in order to reach our markets. We don't have anything in a reciprocal nature where we have to do that even to reach into theirs. A great deal for the United States. Then came peace with Cambodia and Thailand. President Trump said, I'll back out of the Thailand deal, and Cambodia won't even have a chance unless you lay down arms, period. It went on from there, where the European Union president meeting with President Trump at Turnberry, Scotland, his other property, perhaps the finest golf course in all the world. Gary Player, the legend, stating that it's in his top 5. That's where you saw President Trump putting on that master class as someone I think who could truly compete on the senior tour. He's that good for those non-golfers out there that are not following the circuit. A brilliant trade deal there with the European Union and the two largest economies in the entire world. Then going on to meet with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer as they sat down at Turnberry and then also took Air Force One and Marine One to Aberdeen, Scotland, where they are now. And here's the really amazing thing about President Trump. He's not in his home country, but in a sense on his home turf, at his own properties, making these extraordinary deals, these legendary courses, these legendary landscapes in the beautiful country of Scotland, also meeting for the first time with the First Minister of Scotland. We now have exclusive footage for you as we cover the latest from the Trump White House of this extraordinary ribbon cutting at Trump International Scotland.
Lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to start the ceremony proceedings. We are honoured to have the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America with us on this historic occasion, and members of the First Family. We are delighted to see that today's grand opening is being attended by civic leaders from the UK, renowned international golfers, industry leaders, sporting legends, as well as special guests who have been so generous in their continuing support for Trump Golf in Scotland. We're delighted to welcome the First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, Warren Stevens, the US Ambassador to the UK, Alistair King, Lord Mayor of the City of London, Anna Sarwar, leader of the Scottish Labour Party, and the leadership of Aberdeenshire Council, Provost Judy White and CEO Jim Savage. From the world of golf, we have, as you just heard, Guy Kinning, CEO of DP World Tour, Rob Maxfield, CEO of the PGA of Great Britain, Ryan Howsam, founder and CEO of Staysure Group and principal owner of the Legends Tour, and Phil Harrison, the CEO of the Legends Tour. Of course, the events being staged today and over the next 2 weeks at Trump International Golf Scotland would not happen without the tremendous support of sponsors. We are delighted to see today Sir Don Manzoni, Executive Chairman of Diageo, a great supporter of golf, and Cardew is the hospitality sponsor today. You'll all have seen or possibly even travelled in some gleaming Range Rovers, so a heartfelt thank you to Jaguar Land Rover. We also have our sporting legends who will be playing today and over the next few days, including US PGA winner Rich Beem, former Ryder Cup captain Paul McGinley, and US Open winner Michael Campbell. We also have legends from the footballing world who will be testing out the links, including Andrei Shevchenko, Gianfranco Zola, Robbie Fowler, and Aberdeen's very own Jim Leighton. And thank you very much to the members of the club too for your continued support. No doubt you've stood on these links in much wilder conditions, but it's great to have you all here today. Before I hand over to Sarah, I just want to say a couple of polite requests. After President Trump hits the first shot and leads off the opening 4-ball, we will have a short interlude. Guests may stay and enjoy the following 4 balls whilst the world's media are escorted back to the media centre, or guests may leave and head back to the pavilion for refreshments. And members, you're very welcome to watch the golf during the day, but please do not follow the presidential 4-ball and abide by their directions from the stewards. Housekeeping over. Without further ado, please welcome onto the tee the Executive Vice President of Trump International Scotland, Sarah Malone.
First Minister, Ambassador, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute privilege to welcome you here to the grand opening of the new course and the launch of the greatest 36 holes. It has been my distinct pleasure for the best part of nearly 2 decades to work with the Trump family on delivering the vision of one man who determined many years ago, when others said that it was not possible and it could not be done, and he determined that he could, and he would, and he has developed the greatest 36 holes in golf here in the home of golf. For almost 20 years, a great many of you are in the grandstand today, have participated and supported and contributed to our journey. It's been something to behold, and we are greatly honoured. So many of you have travelled from across the globe to be with us here this morning. We appreciate you. Thank you. There are too many people in the auditorium that I would like to thank, and we'll get the chance to do that later. But I would like to introduce to the tee the 2 men that I've been working with alongside their father, Donald J. Trump, is Eric Trump and Don Trump Jr.
Well, this day has been a very long time coming, everybody. What started as truly a passion project for my father, 2007, 2009, we started the old course. He had one goal, and that's to build the greatest 18 holes anywhere in the world. And I saw him and I watched him at the time. He put every ounce of his heart and his soul and his effort into finding the best piece of land, to creating the greatest property, to build the greatest clubhouse, to shape the dunes and build something that's truly, truly exceptional. And he went off to do larger things, and that's save the free world, save the United States of America. And I can just tell you on behalf of our entire family, on behalf of every single one of us in the Trump organization, we wanted to continue his legacy. And so like he did in 2009, I've put every single ounce of my heart and soul into grading a complement to the first course. We wanted this to be the greatest 36 holes anywhere on earth, and there's no question that that's been achieved. This course is remarkable. This course, you will feel our heart and soul in it. You will feel our passion. You will feel the dedication. You know, nothing was left. Nothing was left out. We had an unlimited budget, and we exceeded it. You know, this was his Mona Lisa. And my father's always said, you know, some people really appreciate the painting on the wall, you know, the beautiful, and he never did, right? For him, you know, creating this, right? These beautiful, sculpting the dunes, sculpting the land, that was always his painting. And so I really hope today that we honor the greatest man I know, our best friend, a person who's led this company for 30 years and now leads the most powerful nation in the world and is doing a hell of a job. I hope in his absence we really honor him today, and it's an incredible honor to have him out here. Before I bring him to the stage, I want to bring our greens crew, because without Steve and our guys on the ground, this would not happen. Steve, come down here. This team is the absolute best anywhere. Their attention to detail, they are more meticulous than any team that you'll ever meet. And that's also true of the construction team who put this together with Amy, with Easy, and with Jamie, and with Claire, and with Christian, and with also the famous Dr. Martin Ebert. It was a team of the best people in the entire world. And again, when you get out there, you're going to see something that's truly second to none. So without further ado, we owe this course to a remarkable person, a remarkable man, a person that we all love incredibly much. And he's going to come down here, and we are going to cut this beautiful ribbon. And we're proud of him. Our family's proud of him. Our nation's proud of him. I think the entire world is proud of him. And I think he's going to be incredibly proud of this amazing masterpiece that we created here today. So, the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that is a beautiful sound, and we want to thank them. What talent. And you have young ones and you have little older ones, and they're going to be, the young ones are going to be doing that for 60 years, just like the little older ones are doing, and I want to thank them very much. Great group. Heard them last night. I also want to thank your First Minister who's here. John, would you stand up? John Swinney, who's a terrific guy and loves golf and loves the people of this country. And we really appreciate it. You're really a very special guy. Thank you very much for everything, John. My son, Eric, has worked so hard on this, and it's been truly a labor of love for him. And we started with a beautiful piece of land, but we made it much more beautiful. And the area has given us, they've really welcomed us. If you remember at the beginning, it wasn't quite a welcome, but it wasn't bad. But with time, they've liked us more and more now. They love us, and we love them. They've really put it out, and they know how good this whole complex is. It's Trump International. We have the first course, which we call the old course, and the second course, which we call the new course, because that's the best way to describe. Anything else gets too complicated. They don't know which is which, but they know the old and the new, and it's going to be something very special. And the big question is, which is going to be better, if there's such a thing, because we've had such great ratings on the first. I don't know if you can match them on the second, but the second should be every bit as good. The land is of equal quality right on the North Sea, and it's going to be really, it's going to be great. I look forward to playing it today. We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war, but we've stopped about 5 wars, so that's much more important than playing golf. As much as I like it, it's much more important. I want to just thank Sarah Malone for having been with us right from the beginning. She was young and not experienced. Now she's still young and very experienced, so I just want to thank you. And my and my son Don for being with us all the way. He's always been with us, and he's a great guy, and he's got some great golfers in the family, Kai, and he's got one right over there, that little one. She may be one of the most talented in the whole family. She's something special, right? So that's Chloe. You'll be reading about her someday, walking down the 18th hole of some great course, I think, right? She's very talented, actually. So I just want to thank everybody. This has been an unbelievable development. The land, they said it couldn't get zoned. It was an impossibility. And Sean Connery said, let the bloody bloke build his golf course. Once he said that, everything came into line. John and I were talking about it last night. Everything came into line. I want to thank, by the way, the Prime Minister was here last night and was really very gracious and loves the place, loves the area. So I just want to thank him very much for coming. And we gave him a little preview, and it was really very nice. And we just signed a very big deal, as you know, with the European Union, but also with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was a week before, and it's a very big deal and a great deal for the country, and it's a great deal for everybody. So I just want to thank him and everybody that worked so hard on it. They've been trying to get it done for 12 years. We got it done, so somebody did a good job. So I just guess we're going to be hitting a couple of balls, and we're going to play the round. And Laura, I want to thank you, with the head of the Republican Party, for during the election, which was the time they counted. And she was fantastic. And Ron and Larry, thank you very much. And everybody, we just had tremendous support from everybody, especially the family. These are very hard to build, and you won't see them built anymore. You'll probably never see another course built in the dunes, not dunes like this. To the groundskeepers, who I know so well from number one, the first thing I said, which is better, the old or the new? And they were unable to give me an answer. They actually meant it. But great job you've done with your course superintendent, who's been here for a long time. And we just want to thank you. And to all of our friends, to all of our great friends, thank you very much. So I'll be playing quickly, and then I'll be heading back. And I look forward to that, but I really look forward to playing. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to the media. The media's been terrific, believe it or not. I didn't use the word fake news one time, not one time. Today they're not fake news. Today they're wonderful news. But I just want to thank you. They've treated us really well, and they respect what we've done really at a level that you rarely see nowadays. So I really very much appreciate it. And we're going to go out. We're going to have a good time. Thank you, all of the dignitaries and all of my friends. It's going to be a special day, and it's going to be a special year, and it's going to be a special decade. And we're going to make all of our countries strong and great and really wonderful again. And that's happening, and it's happening very fast. And we love Scotland. You know, my mother was born here, and she loved it. She would come back here religiously once a year during the summers with my sister Marianne and sometimes my sister Elizabeth, but they would come here religiously. And Stornoway, that's serious Scotland, by the way. There's no doubt about that. So the Isle of Lewis, I want to just thank everybody and have a good time today. Play well, enjoy yourselves, and many, many years. We'll see each other many, many years. Thank you very much, everybody.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we cut the ribbon, we want to present something to a very, very special person, a person who's truly become a member of our family, and that's Sarah Malone. She's dumped 16 years of her life into this incredible property. She's built every inch alongside of the entire family, and there's no one more deserving of this than her. She's truly, truly become a friend, family, and a person we love very much. So I know she's going to get emotional. I can see the lips, but you deserve every moment of this incredible day. Not only are we doing this ribbon cutting, not only are we doing a presidential visit, we're also doing the Legends Tour. We're also doing the DP World Tour back-to-back. I think Guy will tell you that's the first time in history that you've ever had 2 tournaments playing in back-to-back weekends on the same course. So you're a rock star. We love you. We appreciate you very much. And this is for you, Sarah.
please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Next up, and no pressure, Eric Trump. Former Ryder Cup captain and team member Paul McGinley. And US PGA champion Rich Beem.
And what is a Trump event without fireworks, especially on a big, beautiful links golf course, the best 36 holes in golf in Aberdeen? It's Trump International Scotland, which has officially opened and will first have players after the president, after great legends of the game like Rich Beem and other golfers, other footballers, soccer as it's known in the States, to enjoy the festivities today. But a nice family photo with Don Jr., Eric, also Laura Trump, who was the most incredible chair of the Republican National Committee, joined by Don Jr.'s kids, Donald Trump III and Chloe Trump, who President Trump is now saying, just like her sister Kai, apparently is quite the golfer. So we'll see what happens there as Kai is going to the University of Miami on a golf scholarship. So golf is a huge thing in the Trump family, and it's a big deal for Western civilization as sports can transcend peace, negotiations, good dialogue between neighboring countries or countries on the other side of the world. And we know that this president loves golf with a perfect swing to drive and kick off the best 36 holes in golf in Aberdeen, Scotland. Now, you might have noticed there as well the great work of Sarah Malone. This was really something that started in 2007. Golf courses traditionally do not make money. In fact, they go into disrepair. And I was curious on that Sean Connery connection. President Trump dialoguing on it more as he did on Friday after landing in Glasgow, Scotland, that Sean Connery was the last piece of the puzzle to this. And as President Trump put it, apparently the late, great, legendary actor said, "Why don't you let the bloody bloke build his golf course?" And clearly it's brought what was already a legendary area for this great game. It's now become even better, more enhanced, and the whole world can now enjoy this. As we thank our sponsors here on the right side of history, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, all the meds you need. And in case you're about to go on your family vacation, you can take these, whether it's by plane, train, or automobile, very easy and portable. But regardless, you should have your medicine cabinet stocked with a new COVID variant, with the storms in life, including what we saw in Texas, pharmacies being shut down, or the PBMs, insurance companies that literally double dip owning pharmacies and simply do not want you to have life-saving medications like ivermectin, antibiotics, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, mebendazole, among 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits that can protect you from bacterial and viral infections. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for an exclusive summer offer. The code RSBN10. That's RSBN10 for 10% off. Michael Kunzler offering last week an additional 25% off with no end in sight. So I would order today. It's 8:31 on the East Coast. You will have those medications if you order right now within 24 hours at your door. No red tape, no bureaucracy. If you don't have insurance, don't worry. You just need a prescription. With All Family Pharmacy, doctors, pharmacists, nurses who care about the great patriots in this country and making sure that the same medication that you can get overseas is at the same rate, the same cost here in America. It's common sense. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. While you're at that, taking care of essential health, why not make sure that your skin is glowing, especially when you're out on that golf course? Because even those gray skies that sometimes hover over Scotland, that sun will still peek through, and you have to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Do that with Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It's the miracle that you saw me try here at the network. Got rid of my dry skin instantly. So the original Miracle Cream, it's vitamin B infused, non-GMO, no chemicals. They also have an orange option to build immunity, filled with vitamin C. Also non-GMO, no chemicals. There is a natural mosquito repellent. There's also a facial spray, so you can go paint the town red. They're Christian owned, they hire veterans, and they're out of Spring, Texas, in the Houston Metroplex in the Lone Star State. So they're right off the Gulf of America. AngelPaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us at RSBN's Live Desk. As we dive in more to the celebration of Trump International Scotland, culminating in perhaps the most successful trip in the second term thus far. Although the Gulf states, incredible. NATO, incredible. The G7, extraordinary. This president bringing together the world under a banner of peace and dialogue and understanding. And so for those who perpetuated the Russia hoax, we now know that they're guilty of that. It was our intelligence agencies from within that pushed this lie because they did not want a peace through strength candidate back in the White House. But as President Trump does best, he exemplifies it by negotiating as a deal maker. Now, you might have noticed as well, the Scottish flag is actually the St. Andrew cross. And there are several countries that recognize St. Andrew as their patron saint, from Scotland to Greece, Russia, and the Ukraine. Additionally, Barbados and several cities in Italy will honor St. Andrew in that special way. And it's an X shape because that's how Peter's brother chose to martyr for the faith in those early days in Christianity. So many countries have a devotion to him. And in fact, the Scotland flag, the very same flag as Alabama. The exception of the colors are different. We also have the St. Andrew cross. Ours is red with a white background. Theirs is white with a blue background. So some fun history regarding these countries that can come together on countless different topics, especially religion and culture, as President Trump knows how to dialogue and share all of those great traditions, as he's doing today at the Trump International Scotland. Now, there's a fact sheet surrounding this extraordinary trip. The United States and the European Union have reached a massive trade deal. And for someone like too late Jerome Powell, perhaps it's time to bring down those rates and really allow ultimately this American economy to flourish, because this is making global history. Just over the weekend, President Trump announced a trade deal with the European Union and their president, Ursula von der Leyen, fundamentally rebalancing the economic relationship between the world's two biggest economies. And for the White House, they spoke on this very topic, saying this was the deal that they wanted to cement. And as President Trump put on True Social, I'm in Scotland now after having just completed the EU deal and numerous ones. The United States is doing great, to put it mildly. And as he does with humor, he's getting a point across in that moment. This deal makes a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance and will provide Americans with unprecedented levels of market access to European Union commodities and vice versa. Now, the deal bolsters America's economy and manufacturing capabilities. The EU will purchase $750 billion in United States energy and make new investments of $600 billion in the United States, all by 2028. Now, through decisive leadership and an unyielding commitment to American workers, President Trump delivered yet another promise to make the United States the world's preeminent destination for investment, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. This is all in tandem with Vice President Vance's trip, along with Second Lady Usha Vance, to their home state, the Buckeye State, to tour that manufacturing facility and highlight the great successes of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, reaching this historic trade deal, President Trump's agreement with the European Union achieves several key factors and structural reforms. And as they even conceded, the European Union said it was unfair. We once had it easy negotiating with people who did not know a damn thing about real estate, who were government bureaucrats, who perhaps owed things to the deep state. There is nothing worse than what President Trump inherited from 25 or so years of Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and especially the auto pen, who put us in $36 trillion of debt ultimately. And this president paying that off with billions and now trillions coming into the United States through the use of tariffs. It's proven wrong. So if any neighbor talks to you about how bad tariffs are, I'd really ask them if they are doing business in China, because perhaps they want to put their own wallet above the safety and security of this nation, because our debt is becoming a national security crisis. Every American nearly owning 110,000 of that debt, including minors, those under 18 who are not even in the full-time workforce yet. Now, the United States and European Union reached a cooperation agreement on reciprocal, fair, and balanced trade. The colossal deal will enable the United States, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, and manufacturers to increase those United States exports that are so vital to the European Union. The EU will also remove significant tariffs, trade barriers, and also including the elimination of all European Union tariffs on the United States industrial goods exported to the EU. This creates enormous opportunities for American-made products to flood the market. And this new market access will drive growth across American and European economies, fueling exports, exporting production, also allowing American businesses of all sizes to reach millions of new customers across the Atlantic. As part of President Trump's strategy to reach this balanced trade, the European Union will pay the United States a tariff rate of 15%, including all auto parts and auto manufacturing of pharmaceuticals as well as semiconductors. However, the tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper will remain unchanged. Now, the European Union will continue to pay 50% of all parties as they discuss securing supply chains for these new and exciting products. Now, the new tariff regime will generate tens of billions of dollars in revenue annually and help to close the gap between Europe and the United States, encouraging local production, sourcing, reshoring of products, and contribution of their fair share to the American economy. And as we go through additional key points, that's something that President Trump did in Scotland at Turnberry. You have a lot of storms in that area, and on that property they have these beautiful walls and windows lasting roughly 125 years, and the local artisans and masons, stoneworkers presented this to President Trump saying, sir, this needs to be repaired, and we think we can do it, make it ornate and beautiful, honoring what once was there, but it will not last up against these intense storms and sometimes hit that beautiful peninsula. And so he got it done. As he said many times on this trip, we've never had a real estate mogul serve as President of the United States. And then to host in that big, beautiful ballroom, he said that, stay tuned, another ballroom will be coming to the White House. So we'll see what happens there as we notice beautiful morning right before 9 o'clock on the north lawn of the White House. You can catch the glimpse of the south lawn facing the Washington Monument. Two big, beautiful flag poles with the American flags adorning them. We know that this president gets it done. Now, massive EU investment in the United States will take place as a result of this deal. Again, investing $600 billion. The EU will contribute to the United States over the course of President Trump's second term. This new investment is in addition to over 100 billion EU companies already invested in the United States every year. So unleashes American energy. The EU will double down on America as the energy superpower by purchasing 750 billion of United States energy exports through 2028. This will strengthen the United States energy dominance and reduce European reliance on adversarial sources and narrow the trade deficit with the European Union. So this is very encompassing of what the cognitive decline of Otto Penn did with his ice cream cone, because he stopped the Keystone Pipeline that was going from Alaska through Canada, BC, and Alberta. And even the communist Justin Trudeau was on his knees begging the former president, please don't do this. We need this for Canadian jobs. While he exported that energy and allowed Russia to pour its energy resources into Germany and the European Union as a whole, which made the European continent really a slave to Russian energy. So let me get this straight. The deep state kept saying that President Trump somehow was in line as Putin's puppet. Nothing could be further from the truth, because this very deal saves so many problems for not only Germany, but the European Union from purchasing that Russian energy. In turn, it then weakens Russia and maybe now brings Putin to the table ultimately to stop this horrible war with Ukraine. This is the brilliance of a dealmaker in chief, President Trump, and America, the European Union, will flourish as a result of this new energy policy. You know what's fun about this as well? You can make a bet or two. Why don't you trade on this regarding Europe's economy, America's economy? Will it be better as a result of this deal? I sure think so. Kalshi talks about that, as well as who will President Trump pardon this year? Will Elon Musk create a new party? Let's see what happens. Scan that QR code now right under me, and you could trade on just about anything, including the question of, will the Los Angeles Dodgers repeat that World Series championship just as the Florida Panthers did for hockey and the Stanley Cup? Scan that QR code today, kalshi.com/RSBN. And then make sure you get those back taxes filed, taken care of. You might have started a new business and the books might be behind. I totally understand. It's tough in this day and age to get that business off the grounds of what took place with the auto pen. But now in this golden era, perhaps a new dawn, a new day to start that dream business. Regardless of where you're at financially, tnusa.com/RSBN can protect yourself from the IRS. It just makes sense. Call today, don't delay. 800-357-1415. Call my Patriot friends over at Tax Network USA because they're the experts. Many of them have worked for the IRS. They are accountants. They are people who know the process and they care about you. So make sure that you are protected from an agency that saw 80,000 plus new agents thanks to the auto pen. Again, call today, 800-357-1415. visit tnusa.com/RSBN. And as we celebrate and thank our sponsors, President Trump is finishing his Scotland trip with great success, riddling all of that off in Truth Social posts and videos highlighting his long relationship with the leadership in Europe, but also his newfound friendship with UK's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who traveled by Air Force One and Marine One from Turnberry, Scotland to Aberdeen, Scotland. And although President Trump on foreign soil for this trip, in a sense it's home field advantage because they were making deals and having discussions on President Trump's very properties, not only helping the success of America, but as the European continent as a whole, making this revitalized destinations of Turnberry and Aberdeen something that everyone around the world, especially golf fans, can enjoy themselves. As these tariff barriers with the European Union will work with the United States to eliminate tariffs in various sectors and provide meaningful quotas for other products, which when combined will create commercially meaningful market access opportunities for a significant amount of United States goods exports to the European Union, supporting the high quality American jobs. Also, non-tariff barriers for U.S. industrial exports. The European Union will work to address a range of United States concerns related to various EU requirements that are burdensome to U.S. exporters, particularly the size and small and medium-sized businesses, eliminating the red tape in the U.S. for exporters face while doing business with the European Union. And we have some of those comments via video of President Trump greeting the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer. As they spoke on, they might be ideologically somewhat different, but they really are getting along with enormous deals between the United Kingdom, also the United States, but also the personal friendship that seems to be developing in the process. President Trump spoke directly to that in that press conference in the ballroom with the Right Honorable Prime Minister regarding that he's friends with Keir. He's friends with our good friend of the network, Nigel Farage, and doesn't really find himself in the middle of those UK politics. Always something very interesting to study, because this is where our constitutional republic comes from. We separated from the United Kingdom, and it's a fascinating history, especially in regards to Scotland, where for over 800 years now, freedom and liberty movements dating back to Robert the Bruce or William Wallace, really giving the birthright to this constitutional republic in so many ways. And as President Trump's mother was also a Scottish immigrant, countless immigrants from Scotland, from Ireland, from Western Europe, from Eastern Europe, seeking to find a better way of life. So President Trump has that special nostalgia for this part of the world, as do I, as an Irishman, not very far from the beautiful country right next door, Scotland, along with the United Kingdom. President Trump really highlights that in this video recap.
Yeah, a ceasefire is possible, but you have to get it. You have to end it. You're talking about with Israel's. You're talking about there, because we have many ceasefires going on. The whole world is. If I weren't around, you'd have right now 6 major wars going on. India would be fighting with Pakistan. You see what we just did yesterday with 2 nations that we're trading with. And during the trade, I said, I'm not going to do any trade deal unless you guys settle your differences. And we got it settled in 24 hours. I mean, they just announced it was settled, which is a tremendous thing. But Serbia, Kosovo is another one. We have many hotspots that were at war. I think a very big one was India and Pakistan, because you're talking about 2 nuclear nations. That was a very big one. And we get help from the UK. The Prime Minister's helped. We have cases where we specifically need the help because somebody comes from here that you're aware of. And, when you come from a country, you can do things. And I call up the Prime Minister, and all of a sudden, he's able to do things. True also with other presidents and prime ministers. But we've done it Nobody's ever done what we've done. We have 6 different major if you take a look at Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo, they've been fighting for 31 years, 8 million people dead. It was going on. Nobody could go to that part of Africa. They were being killed. If to even walk there, you're being killed with machetes. And it was a violent situation. And I was able to, they liked Trump. They wanted to make a trade deal with Trump. They wanted us to take their rare earth. They want to give us their rare earth. And I got to know the leader of the Congo. I got to know both of them indirectly. And I called him. I said, let's end the war. I don't want anything until you end the war. And we ended the war. As you know, the foreign ministers came up 2 weeks ago, and the leaders are going to be coming very shortly to Washington, Rwanda and Congo. I mean, that's another one that we did. So we've done a lot. It's an honor to do it. It's not hard for me to do it. And I use, not in all cases, but I use a combination of knowing them a little bit, or in some cases, knowing them a lot.
President Trump building on that structure and really showcasing the peace through strength, including the African continent, which was in large part colonized by the British Empire. And this president won't back down in trade deals. He won't back down in peace through strength. It is working throughout the world. He's inherited such a mess. And I think we've seen this as Americans now with his transparency, how much danger we were in under the auto pen, the cognitive decline, the bureaucracy of the neocons and neoliberals, and what Bill Clinton and George W. Bush and Barack Hussein Obama, again, the auto pen allowed to run wild on them during their administrations. It's really a shame because we've had to send people overseas, not only young people losing their lives as a result of that selfless service, but those who have come back, people my age, who lost limbs because of going into places like Iraq, where the intelligence community said there were weapons of mass destruction, where Dick Cheney brought in his company, Halliburton. If that's not a quid pro quo, I don't know what is. And nothing against those contractors who, I understand you want to make a lot of money, you want to go after the oil there, but that's what President Trump was so irritated with as a businessman. If you're going to go in, take the damn oil. It's nice to have an America First policy once again in place. And what does that mean? Sovereign borders, respecting culture, celebrating one another, especially our diversity, but what brings us together as well. And that's why right-wing populism will save the day. It's not fascist. No, it's the exact opposite of that. So it's great leaders like Giorgia Meloni in Italy. It's Mr. Bolsonaro in Brazil, who's going through the exact same thing that President Trump did with the lawfare and rogue judges and psychotic DAs and attorneys general who ran to, quote unquote, get him and politicize their offices. Fannie Willis allowed someone literally to die, to be eaten alive in the Fulton County prison by bedbugs. The same place President Trump took that mugshot and had to take fingerprints. I'm just relieved that we're getting back into a new golden era. But many have suffered over the course of failed and flawed policies, not only over the course of 5 years ago, but over a quarter century, thanks to incompetent and what looks more and more to be like treasonous individuals who are at the highest echelons of the American government. But rest assured, Clinton News Network will always invite on Andrew McCabe to say, oh, just a disagreement in the intelligence. Give me an absolute break. Now let's get back to the successes of this European Union trade deal with President Trump and the United States. Non-tariff barriers for United States agricultural exports. The United States and the European Union intend to work together to address non-tariff barriers affecting trade in food and agricultural products, including streamlining requirements for sanitary certifications for United States pork and dairy products. No free riders in this agreement. The United States and the European Union will establish strong rules of origin to ensure that the benefits of this agreement flow directly to the United States and the European Union, not to third countries. And that is something that is so crucial for every consumer. Every American should have the right to look, and most companies do this anyway, even though Congress some years ago got rid of that regulation and requirement. You should know where your food is coming from. You should know if it has terrible hormones, or if it's all natural or organic, or those gimmicky lines as well. The biggest one, perhaps free-range chickens that really do not get to see the sunlight or the day even. And in some cases they might get out, but they're being fed things that really should not be going into our systems. And thanks to the great alliance between President Trump, Secretary Kennedy of conservative Republicans, traditional liberal Democrats, coming together to make America healthy again, ultimately will make America great again. So that's a big part of this trade agreement. And especially for a long time, Europe refused because of the pesticides and the hormones that were forced upon our ranchers and our farmers to make a dollar with all of the heavy regulations. The European market said, no thanks, we don't want to buy your meat, your dairy, your poultry. Wow, amazing to see that. So it's a new dawn, a new day in this trade that will benefit countless Americans and Europeans. Now, barriers for digital trade. The United States and the European Union intend to access and address unjustified digital trade barriers. In that respect, the European Union confirms that it will not adopt or maintain network usage fees. Furthermore, the United States and the European Union will maintain zero customs duties on electronic transmissions. Also, economic security. The United States and the European Union agree to strengthen economic security alignment to enhance supply chain resilience and innovation. The two sides will take complementary actions to address non-market policies of third parties, as well as cooperating on inbound and outbound investment reviews, this export controls and duty evasion. Commercial deals are also part of this great bilateral trade agreement. The United States and the European Union recognize a series of major commercial agreements across key sectors, including energy and semiconductors, that will further expand U.S. exports and the European market. Also, military equipment, a huge significant part of this, as the EU has agreed to purchase significant amounts of United States military equipment. President Trump's America First economic agenda is stronger than ever, restoring industrial might, securing energy dominance, and making the United States the premier destination for advanced manufacturing and industrial investment. In just 6 short months, this president has turned this economy around and reaffirmed the United States as the world's most attractive destination for investment and an unrivaled leader in innovation, research, and advanced manufacturing. Other American presidents have tried and failed, willingly in fact, to reach a significant trade deal with the European Union. With this latest deal, President Trump has once again proven that bold, innovative leadership and economic strength are unwavering, and that the United States is in the hands of a leader who could only achieve something as great as this. As we dive into this extraordinary trip of President Trump to Scotland, this great success, this golden era, we cover more from this White House, inside and outside of the Beltway. We're up against 9 o'clock on the East Coast and 6 o'clock on that Golden Coast. We hope you're enjoying some coffee with us this morning. I've got mine here. Let's go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be with you again in a couple of moments.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to RSBN's Live Desk. I'm Robert McNeely at the top of the hour. Good morning, America. As it's a beautiful, sun-kissed morning in Washington, D.C., we are covering the latest from the Trump White House and President Trump's extraordinary meetings with the European Union leadership, the United Kingdom leadership, and the First Minister of Scotland, as Aberdeen, Scotland has reopened for the first time, in fact, a legendary site of world's golf, really the home of golf, the best 36 holes in all of the competition that is known as this great game at Trump International Scotland, as President Trump liberates America from unfair trade practices. Since day one, President Trump challenged the assumption that American workers and businesses must tolerate unfair trade practices that have disadvantaged them for decades and contributed to our historic trade deficit. Now, on April 2nd, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to the large and persistent United States goods trade deficit caused by a lack of reciprocity in our bilateral trade agreements with the European Union, unfair tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and the United States trading partners, the economic policies that suppress domestic wages and consumption. President Trump continues to fight for an America First policy with advanced economic deals and security interests of the American people. This is done by removing those tariff and non-tariff barriers and by expanding access to markets in the United States, especially for American exporters. Today's announcement opens up historic market access to the entire world and the second largest economy, in fact, with the European continent, reestablishing the strong, positive, long-term relationship between the United States and its key European Union allies. So a wonderful day for this great country as we highlight the enormous successes over the course of this last weekend. And Mr. Director, I'm not sure if we have that video ready of the comedian and political pundit, Bill Maher. We'll get that up for you sometime in the broadcast because you have to see this. He was doing his podcast and he's talking about the positivity of President Trump. It's undeniable. And especially since that meeting that Bob Ritchie put together, otherwise known as Kid Rock, he's a mutual friend between President Trump and Bill Maher. That dinner apparently went really well. And as the comedian spoke to his audience, stating just weeks ago that this president is actually interested in what you have to say. He gives a damn about your perspective. He looks you in the eye and he listens. And people in that position, I mean, talk about the amount of stress, the amount of work. We know President Trump does not sleep a full 8 hours because he has a lot on his mind. I mean, you would either way, just being president of the United States, but not only enjoying some golf here in Aberdeen, but also Turnberry over the course of the weekend, but peace between Cambodia and Thailand, all mixed with this big new European Union deal, bringing over $600 billion into the United States, totaling around $750 billion and giving access as well to the European market for American exporters. While that 15% tariff will remain for the European Union to even access our markets. This country once became very, very, very wealthy through the use of tariffs in the late 19th century, until the progressive movement got a hold in government and sunk its nasty tentacles into the halls of Congress, into the White House, in the forms of people like Woodrow Wilson, Lyndon Baines Johnson, Barack Hussein Obama. But it's a new dawn and a new era for this country to use common sense once again. We did not need a federal income tax. In fact, look at all the states that have said bye-bye to income tax, and all the people that have rushed and flooded and started businesses in places like Tennessee and Florida. Look what happened during the pandemic. How many people have moved to the Southeast to pursue a better way of life, a more affordable, one that can spur the economies in these laboratories of democracy. They also have term limits in many of these states, whether it be for governors or state legislators. And this Washington, D.C. still holding on strong, trying to do everything possible to keep their globalist uniparty intact, but the League of Shadows is failing in this process with common sense principles that bring together Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, as we are covering the latest from the Trump White House. And then, Mr. Director, that wasn't clear, that direction once again. And President Trump has been all over Truth Social talking about these huge successes. I have been briefed on the tragic shooting that took place in Manhattan, and sadly last night that did take the lives of an off-duty police officer and 4 other civilians, a place that I know and love. I trust our law enforcement agencies to get to the bottom of why this crazed lunatic committed such a senseless act of violence. My heart is with the families of the 4 people who were killed, including the NYPD officer who made the ultimate sacrifice. God bless the New York Police Department, and God bless New York. And this is exactly why the communist cannot succeed. He has these leanings of free Palestine, and apparently this suspect screaming that with a bulletproof vest, creating chaos. There are terror cells in this country, perhaps in our biggest city, thanks to the cognitive decline of the open border ice cream eating Autopen and his demonic chief at Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who intentionally opened those borders and should be subpoenaed once again from the Congress under oath to ask just why in the hell did you do that? Because if they did not touch the border, if they just let the first term of President Trump and all the successes happen, if they went on the recommendation of border czar Tom Homan, Laken Riley would still be with us. Jocelyn Nungaray would still be with us. And on Thursday, I'll talk more about this, about keeping those relationships in the process of political disagreements. I had a friend reach out to me who made a ridiculous claim in some of these stupid videos you see on social media that somehow Barron Trump is not a citizen because his mother happens to be a legal immigrant who got her citizenship before he was born. And regardless, it would not have mattered because President Trump is a citizen in the United States. So now these left-wing lunatics are accusing Barron Trump of being an anchor baby. How ridiculous, how stupid. It's such an insult to those who have lost loved ones due to preventable crime. Because some of these people had rap sheets longer than my to-do list. And they were released by DAs and attorneys general in the Demon Rat Party who had an agenda. Soft on crime doesn't work. That's why people like Richard Nixon got elected. If you look at the late 1960s and the unruly nature in our cities, and he campaigned on law and order. This president, when it was unpopular, when it seemingly wasn't the top issue, became the top issue. And it's not anything regarding race, demographic, or background. Look at the course of the southern border with Mexico along the Rio Grande, especially in Texas. Those border communities, the average median income is around $30,000 to $35,000. It's mostly Mexican American. They all turned red. These were Democrat districts. They've all turned in the last election in a remarkable way because it was about border security. It was about protecting ranchers and farmers. And that's why Hispanic Americans support President Trump. That's why he outpaces every single demographic, including not only the Midwest workers that you saw in 2016 that broke down that blue wall, that did not vote for presidential candidates in roughly 30 to 40 years, because no one stood for the working man, no one stood for manufacturing, no one stood for positive populism like Donald Trump does, because he gets it. He was the man who brought his kids at 11, 12, 13 with hard hats down into Manhattan, down into projects in New Jersey and throughout the country and the world, and said, this is a product manager or project construction manager. This is the person that does this. This is how these things work. He's obsessed with the minor details, and it might seem silly or somewhat of a campaign move, and it was, but it was something that was fun to watch because he did work longer than the former vice president did at a McDonald's. And you saw that moment of the manager talking to President Trump, just the right amount of salt, just the right kind of scoop. He's obsessed with the minor details because if you do the small things right, it all works out in the long run. That's why you got a master class this weekend in diplomacy, in trade deals, in the world of golf, because this man is so devoted to, and you saw Sarah Malone's tears just an hour ago, devoting the 16 years of her professional career, as he said, as a young person who had not much experience, giving her a chance, and still a young person with a lot more experience now. That's the Trump organization. That is the art of the deal. It's the art of the comeback. And we are fortunate to have such a strong commander-in-chief as our vice president, visiting the Buckeye State of Ohio just yesterday with our second lady to touch on all these manufacturing plants and the rebuilding of the American middle class as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill and the policies like no tax on tips and more money coming into your wallet as a result of the permanent structure being created by the Trump tax credits. It's an extraordinary time. So the average family of four, mom and dad, 2 kids, $10,900 more will be in the bank account. A massive success for America as we are celebrating this great golden era. And Mr. Director, was that the video that's ready? Thank you for our sponsors here on the right side of history. Free shipping sale. It's happening now. And as President Trump has put it, Mike Lindell, the master marketer, speaking to his brilliance at the 100 Days Rally in Warren Township, Michigan. So grab that My Cross, going for half off right now. There's a male and female version of it, so you can showcase the great story of this constitutional republic, of Western civilization, of the cross that was once the Roman Empire's way of intimidating people. It's now a symbol of glory. And Mike Lindell, we know his story, and we know all about second chances and a gentleman who's created a great business so you can get some better sleep. How about the MyPillow bed sheets going for $24.98? It's all sizes, all colors. The multi-use MyPillow 2.0, less than $10, $9.98. Better than any lunch deal out there for all the themed pillows. In God we trust. This land, our land. It is Lady Liberty. A nice place to rest your head at night, or just those straightforward colors for you. Gray, white, pink, all different kinds of colors. Call today, don't delay. 800-836-7566. Support Mr. Mike Lindell and RSBN by shopping now at mypillow.com/RSBN. 2,000 items on the docket. So much to choose from. Thank you to Mr. Mike Lindell for your sponsorship on the right side of history. As we covered the latest from the Trump White House, all the successes happening in Scotland with the European Union trade deal, also visiting with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the First Minister of Scotland. The first time President Trump got to meet that gentleman, Mr. John Turrow, as they are enjoying some golf right now at Aberdeen, the new Trump International Scotland. And we'll be with you for some while longer now. We'll take a quick commercial break. Be with us on the other side of the break.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network, covering the latest from the Trump White House. And you see that beautiful image there of the White House. President Trump returning tonight back home stateside after an illustrious, incredible Scottish trip to not only enjoy his golf courses at Turnberry and now opening Aberdeen, which will open to the public, Trump International Scotland on August 13th, playing host to Senior Tour Championships, back-to-back weekends, and the DP World Tour. That's unheard of in championship golf to have back-to-back, and Mr. Director mentioning earlier today that poor groundskeeper in the process, but we're sure one of the top groundskeeper and crew in the entire world. In fact, I'm actually looking over the website, Trump International Scotland, and I cannot wait to visit myself as a golfer and a lover of the game. You have a Trump restaurant and bar. It's such an ornate, iconic mansion home that is, or manor home, I should say, in the Scottish tradition. And you saw that perhaps yesterday as President Trump landing there on Marine One with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. There's also a Clavis whiskey bar to enjoy with family and friends. And this is all playing into the Ryder Cup this year on American soil, Bethpage Black in New York, but it will be going over to Adair Manor in 2027 in Ireland, in Southwest Ireland. So maybe perhaps a good time to visit Scotland and Ireland to see the home of golf over the course of the next couple of years, and the Trump organization making a big splash really in a historical way, because supporting golf, supporting this amazing game really supports Western civilization as a result. And it's something for those not familiar that it is not easy to sustain a golf course. They are expensive, whether private or public. And that's why in a lot of occasions you see them, especially Park District courses, get a little bit dry. It's not necessarily watered, and some of them end up closing because it's just too expensive. Well, this president has redefined not only real estate and hospitality, but the golf world. And I really enjoyed, as they did the ribbon cutting earlier today, the comments about Sean Connery. He came off of the plane, Air Force One in Glasgow, Scotland, stating that the late great actor had something to do with the Turnberry and Aberdeen acquisitions of those properties. And dating back to 2007, this project that lasted roughly 16 years, the late great actor, a friend of President Trump, said, "Let the bloody bloke open his golf course here." Apparently there was some bureaucratic pushback, but what was always an ornate area and green pastures of Scotland enhanced even better now, as the website stating the greatest 36 holes in golf. You can visit this by going to trumpgolfscotland.com. The Dunes Restaurant and Bar, the Trump's Restaurant and Cellar, the Clavis Whiskey Bar, can also become a member, as Trump International Scotland will host the Venue of Legends Tour and the DP World Tour forthcoming, the Scottish Championship in late 2025, and will open to the public in a couple of weeks here, August 13th. We saw the ribbon cutting, and it was really a family affair of Eric and Laura Trump, the amazing work that they've done not only in the Trump organization, but for the Republican National Committee. And her co-chair, Michael Whatley, looking as if he will jump into that United States Senate race. And it looks like it could be a race against the former governor, Roy Cooper, who's joining on the Democrat side. So that will be a must-watch race in 2026, perhaps the most battled out peacefully and patriotically between the free market, conservative, populist mentality. Michael Whatley is a warrior and will be great in the United States Senate against the old way of thinking. Roy Cooper's leadership really stifling the economy in North Carolina, slowing down growth, and ultimately one of the deep state globalist League of Shadows mentality. It's not the people of beautiful North Carolina, that's not what they want. And we'll see that all playing out in 2026. I'm sure President Trump will hit the campaign trail, and he will hit that campaign trail with a fact sheet that is rather extraordinary in 6 months. The biggest part of this trip, the European Union trade deal with the United States. It's massive. It makes global history. It reshapes the entire economy for the two largest economies in the United world, would that be the United States and United Kingdom, also the European Union. Now, President Trump announcing a trade deal with the EU, fundamentally rebalancing the economic relationship between the world's two largest economies. The deal marks a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance and will provide Americans with unprecedented levels of market access to the European Union. The deal bolsters America's economy and manufacturing capabilities. The EU will purchase $750 billion in United States energy and make investments of $600 billion in the United States, all by 2028. Through decisive leadership and an unyielding commitment to American workers, President Trump has delivered yet another agreement that positions the United States as the world's preeminent destination for investment, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. This reaches a historic trade deal, and we can't underscore just how great this is for both the European continent and the United States of America. As the United States and Europe will reach a cooperation agreement on reciprocal, fair, and balanced trade, the colossal deal will enable fishermen and ranchers, farmers, to access these important markets with U.S. exports, expanding business prowess and opportunities by helping reduce the goods trade deficit with the European Union. Now, there's a 15% tariff that European Union will have to pay into the United States markets for. In reverse, the United States will pay 0% tariff on this. And this new market access will drive growth for both the continent and the United States, all making access to millions of new customers across the Atlantic. As part of President Trump's strategy to establish this trade balance, that was a necessary rate of the 15% in order to bring it back to even, including automobiles, auto parts, pharmaceuticals, and semiconductors. However, the sectoral tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper will remain unchanged, as the European Union will continue to pay 50%, and the parties will discuss securing supply chains for these products. This new tariff regime will generate tens of billions of dollars in revenue annually and help close any imbalance that took place over the course of the last 25 years. Additional key terms of the United States and European Union agreement will include massive EU investments in the United States. This European Union will invest $600 billion in the United States over the course of President Trump's second term. This new investment is in addition to the over $100 billion investment that European companies have already put into place under this president. It unleashes American energy. The EU will double down on America as the energy leader throughout the world. This is really what's crucial, because when it was such that sad day we experienced, all of us, January 20th of 2021, President Trump leaving office, and almost immediately the ice cream eating, cognitive declining auto pen, if it was really him or someone else, we saw he got rid of the Keystone Pipeline, something that built up countless American jobs, countless Canadian jobs through Alberta and British Columbia, went all the way up to Alaska, the last frontier, down through our beautiful Montana and those mountain states into Wyoming, and all the way down into the Palmetto State of South Carolina. It was a massive achievement for American ingenuity and the North American continent. Even the communist former former governor of Canada, the 51st state, was on his knees begging the former auto pen to please, 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 Mr. President, why are you doing this to North American energy? Even someone who wanted to lock down people away from church and in their homes, as you saw the truckers take to Ottawa to protest his terrible lockdown policies, he was begging for those jobs to remain. In turn, the auto pen then gave the blessing and helped authorize Russian energy investments to pour into Germany And then Germany goes on and complains about that they're beholden to Russia, but they're taking all of their energy at a high price that helped fund the invasion of Ukraine. Amazing how backwards these globalists can be. It's almost like they shoot themselves in the foot. Well, President Trump is now putting an end to that. And this was the man they called Putin's puppet. This is a direct, difficult moment for the Russian Federation because they will now be on the back ropes when it comes to the exporting of energy within the European Union. And that's good for the United States. And what's really key about all of these trade deals is President Trump said he's willing, ready, and able to go visit with President Xi on his invitation to China. But it makes it much more difficult for China to be a global superpower as a result of all of the peace through strength deals, the renegotiating of the global trade standard, thanks to this real estate mogul, President Donald Trump. And thank you to our sponsors here on the right side of history, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. With the new COVID variant, with bacterial and viral infections that are out there, there's really no excuse to not have your medicine cabinet stacked with life-saving medications, including ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, mebendazole, also methylene blue, that RFK is a huge fan of, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Scan the QR code there for RSBN 10, that's RSBN 10. Use that code for 10% off. And graciously, as we spoke to Michael Kunzler just last week, the great co-owner of All Family Pharmacy, he is deciding to slap on another 25% off of savings. So when you order today at 9/27 on the East Coast, not only will you get those medications to your door within 24 hours, but you'll get 35% off your entire order. And all of this medication, not only good for stocking up that medicine cabinet, but for taking on the road with you. All easy to travel with. The meds you trust delivered to your door. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. All the medications you need, life-saving, in fact. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. No red tape, no bureaucracy, nothing to worry about other than that prescription, doctors and healthcare providers, pharmacists who care about you. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. If you like what you see here at the live desk, you might remember us for a decade as your go-to rally network. And every once in a while we get a rally or two as President Trump gets out there into the United States of America to tout what has been 6 months of an extraordinary success. But support us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network because this live desk is committed to bringing you everything in real time, every speech, unedited, press conferences to hearings, the government you put into place back on November 5th with your 47th president, your 50th vice president, and the 119th Congress. So you can donate by texting RSBN to 801-801 or going to rsbnetwork.com/donate. There's also an address if you'd like to send that hard copy check. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, that's Box 344. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, in the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. That address for you once more, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. As things are fun locally here because school is right around the corner for those returning that are not taking summer classes. August 18th is the first day of classes here in Auburn, and the first football game, August 29th. It's a 7 p.m. barnstorming jammer, if you will. It's going to be Auburn University at the Baylor Bears. So those Tigers taking on the Bears. War Eagle, as they put it. We're looking forward to that as summertime is somewhat wrapping up. So we hope you're having a great time with family and friends and getting those barbecues in, enjoying what's been rather a hot summer, but a golden era of success under this administration as they wrap up their Scotland trip with extraordinary success. Just across the pond, President Trump meeting with the UK Prime Minister, also the First Minister of Scotland, in this United Kingdom that many people were saying other people aren't really for the MAGA agenda throughout the world, that they don't seem to care for the policies of the United States. But we know from President Trump sharing on Truth Social, on X, on other social media sites from the White House, that there was a crowd awaiting President Trump's landing at the Glasgow International Airport. More people than you'd see at an AOC rally, that's for sure. Also, a beautiful motorcade of people celebrating and standing out there celebrating the Scottish successes, the American successes, just trying to catch a glimpse of President Trump. We have that video for you now. Old Glory intact with the St. Andrew Cross, a beautiful flag, as President Trump finishes this extraordinary Scotland trip with the greatest of successes, the EU trade deal, bringing in over $600 billion for the United States. This is upon trillions of dollars coming in from the Gulf trip, if you remember, with Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the UAE. Also, deals that were written now weeks, months ago, between the United States and the United Kingdom, and touching on those crucial areas with his counterpart Keir Starmer on trade, on energy, on ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And in regards to that, President Trump has made clear, if Vladimir Putin does not come to the table, he's done talking to him right now, he has now days left to approach peace in the most appropriate way. Not just call up President Trump and say, oh yes, I want this, and then strike a nursing home. In turn, President Trump said, okay, now we're going to change policy slightly. Patriot missiles being made available by purchase through NATO and the European Union, really bolstering that with those funds, and President Trump offering American Patriot missiles for a price. As the NATO Secretary General mentioned, it makes sense that the president would make these available, but not for free. It's Europe's problem to solve. And that's not an isolationist statement. That's a common sense statement, because the United States has no stake in the game other than President Trump has been very clear about this. He wants the killing to stop. Over 1 million Russians have died in the conflict. Countless hundreds of thousands on the Ukrainian side, both civilian and military. President Trump ending the Cambodia and Thailand conflict in order to have trade continue with those great nations. Ending what could have been a nuclear fallout between Pakistan and India, ending the 30-plus year conflict of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, battling one another with 8 million people's souls dying over the course of that in tribal warfare. The worst conflict since World War II. The legacy media doesn't talk about it. And as President Trump showcased that in Aberdeen with the UK Prime Minister, sadly, over the course of the few hours, 31 new martyrs of the church who were simply in adoration and praying when radical elements from the Congo slaughtered them with machetes. The Christian community must remain united in all of this, not only in the defense of Western civilization, but because the legacy media items, they don't want to talk about these stories. But we're willing to go there here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, wherever the breadcrumbs lead, because we believe, as a true new media outlet, that you should have all of the access to the information possible. And that you should be able to make up your own mind, as you did back in November. Because we know here that you know what to do better with your finances, with your family, with your pursuit of happiness than the government does, because you recognize the constitutional foundation of our founding documents, that truly all men are created equal, with life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, inalienable rights from their creator, not from government. A revolution that broke us off from our friends across the pond and led to an experiment, a constitutional republic that has stood the test of time, now at nearly 250 years young, and will remain another 250 years, if not more, if we stay true to these moral foundations and principles that have made us truly the envy of the world and the global superpower that is unlike anything else Mother Earth has to offer. The amazing thing about America, too, the fact that you could be born almost anywhere else. You could come here legally as we want. We like legal immigration. We're all about legal immigration at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And you could swear that oath, and that same oath that politicians take on the Bible, and become an American citizen. It's an amazing birthright. And the entire world can share in that, striving for freedom. And as we look post-World War II, look how many nations have freedom now. Even former enemies of ours have great freedom. We just had a new trade deal with Japan, $550 billion. Think about that. And we once had a terrible, bloody conflict with them in the South Pacific, the South China Sea, and throughout the Pacific theater of a conflict that could have taken the world into complete totalitarianism under fascism and communism and social perversion that ultimately needs to be destroyed. And I ultimately believe with God's blessing will be destroyed. It's the antithesis of free people. And sadly, you have a nominee in New York City who is a communist. And as sad as that was just yesterday, with someone who clearly has radical Islamic ties, the bulletproof vest, I mean, what a coward to go in there and kill an off-duty police officer and civilians for no reason. It will only get worse under someone who wants to socialize every aspect, including the Saturday markets you go to, just to get organic and good food from local vendors and farmers and ranchers. Why would you want to unionize that? Why would you want to take complete government control locally over that when it's something that's actually very cost effective in a city as expensive as New York City? This is Eric Adams' time, if he wants to be reelected, to really double down and put back into place Michael Bloomberg and Rudy Giuliani's policies on policing and make it once again the safest big city in the entire world. It wasn't so long ago. You go back to the 1990s, near my hometown in Chicagoland, Chicago with Richard Daley, a Democrat, and Rudy Giuliani in New York, a Republican, they were battling it out every year to be the safest big city in the entire world. How far we have fallen in that regard. And that's the last core promise of all this. In 6+ months of success, all of those 20 promises made, promises kept, President Trump hitting on nearly all of them. Now it's time to make our cities big, bold, and beautiful again. And I know this week that the Young Republican National Federation, an outstanding organization that was once chaired in the late 70s by the great Roger Stone. Guys, have a conversation about those of you who live in the big cities. Run for city council, run for mayorships. It's now time to be like our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, and take those leadership reins and make being shot or stabbed by radical Islamic terrorists or by these far left wackos that want to cause harm and attack police officers. It should be a zero tolerance policy. In fact, President Trump proposing that anyone who targets a police officer, whether on duty or off duty, it's an automatic 10 years plus. That will deter the evils done by premeditated crime and by preventable crime now stopping and slowing down in a great way, thanks to Kristi Noem and Tom Homan, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, who have helped secure the border. Almost zero crossings over the course of the last 2 months. And if the last administration simply just did what the first Trump administration did in regards to the border, we'd still have Laken Riley here and Jocelyn Nungary and countless other Americans in the prime of their lives, kids who would still be here. How many of us go on a jog, whether it's on the college campus in the broad daylight, and we have our headset on or our earphones in. And Rachel Morin, my age, 37 years old, a beautiful mother of 5, brutally raped and murdered. The demon rats do have blood on their hands. And they've proven that they cannot run this country. Do you think Kamala Harris could have done on this Scottish trip what President Trump did? She said to Lester Holt in an interview, oh, it's just like being at the southern border. I haven't been to Europe. No, she would have been sitting in the White House twiddling her thumbs because she wasn't someone who cared about the subject topics. You could see how it would go in one ear and out the other, and almost that frustration, that word salad of garbage that she would spew. Someone who did not serve women well either with the way she acted as DA of San Francisco in that ridiculous relationship with then Mayor Willie Brown, but I'll let you dive into that. That's not for me to speak of today. I'm just grateful to God that President Trump, a real leader, is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue as he finishes a Scotland trip that is seeing a European Union deal that is bigger than any other in the history between this transatlantic partnership and a great continent, an even better nation, the United States and the European Union, the two largest economies together, and the European Union recognizing how it's taken advantage of our country thanks to the neocons and the neoliberals of yesteryear, and their president, Ursula von der Leyen, acknowledging that during her meeting with President Trump and agreeing to correct terms. Now, I believe, Mr. Director, we have that video of President Trump from this morning getting that inaugural tee shot off.
Please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
I hope I'm swinging the golf club like that at 79, if I make it to 79. That's why I go to the gym, that's why I run, that's why I maha every single day, so I can reach that, just like President Trump has enjoyed this great game that really everyone should play. It's a great thing for the family, it's a great thing for competition, it teaches you life skills, and this gentleman has really highlighted a career in real estate, hospitality, and golf. The greatest 36 holes in golf, ceremonially opening today, Trump International Scotland. You can go to trumpgolfscotland.com and see just all of the great attributes of this course and really the work of Sarah Malone, Eric Trump, Don Jr., as it was a family affair earlier today with Don Jr., Laura there as well as Eric, and Don's kids on hand, Donald Trump III and Chloe, that President Trump said you should see her golf, just like her sister Kai. So we're excited to see this new course playing host to senior championships, the DP World Tour, back-to-back weekends. So lots of golf in store as it officially opens on August 13th after today's ribbon cutting. So I'm sure you can make some bets on what will happen in Aberdeen, Scotland in the golf world. And you can do that through kalshi.com/RSBN. Trade on anything. Who will President Trump pardon this year? Will he make a pardon? Will Elon Musk also create a new political party this year, the American Party? That would be a really bad move when it comes to congressional leadership. In fact, we had a great candidate for the 49th District in California, Jim Desmond. We'll have that interview later for you in the week. He's a San Diego County supervisor. You've seen him here on the network. That's important because you can literally ask the question and trade and bet on, will the Republicans keep the majority? It's 219, 214 with 4 vacancies right now. Or will No Hips Hakeem make it to the speakership? And we know what he'll do on day one, impeach President Trump. And God knows it's a roll of the dice because his overlord, Nancy Pelosi, I'm sure she'll have a cocktail or two before they vote on that. But kalshi.com/RSBN, you can answer all of those questions, bet and trade on those. A great way to enjoy sports, culture, music, and politics. kalshi.com/RSBN. Also, angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle today of the vitamin B infused Miracle Cream. It's non-GMO, it's no chemicals. There's the orange option as well that's infused with vitamin C. Also non-GMO, no chemical. How about this time of year? You might have had a barbecue or two and you need the bug spray. You need the mosquito repellent. Well, they have an all-natural version, which I love because I hate when the person goes out there with the aerosol, sprays it all over. I'm on the grill. It's getting on the food. It's getting in the drinks. It's bad for dogs. It's bad for cats. It's bad for humans. Well, not the Angel Paste version of the natural mosquito repellent. Also, the beautiful facial spray that guys and gals can use to paint that town red. Spring, Texas, that's where they're based, in the Houston Metroplex off of the Gulf of America, in the Lone Star State. Christian-owned. They hire veterans. Angelpaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring Right Side Broadcasting Network's Live Desk. And as we highlight so many sports, especially golf this year, it's a sad day for the Chicago Cubs nation as their Hall of Famer from 1984, Ryan Sandberg, passing away as well. Rhino, at 65 years young, someone who really entertained countless Cubs fans, including me, over the course of several generations. A standout. You've looked back at his stats, his on-base percentage to even the batting average was not as high as others in the Hall of Fame, but from stolen bases to 10 Golden Gloves, one of the best to ever play the game. So eternal regret unto Ryan Sandberg, O Lord, may perpetual light shine upon him, may he rest in peace, as well as our dear friend who we highlighted last week on the show, Hulk Hogan, and had the great opportunity to speak to Kane, now Mayor Glenn Jacobs of Tennessee, who reflected on not only the contributions of the WWE, but the Hulkster himself, Derry Bollea, and I'm sure you're seeing on social media just the outpouring of love and support, as it just reminds us that you may pass away, but legends never die, as the Sandlot reminded us. And these larger-than-life individuals, the great contributions they gave to America, to the church, and to sports fans everywhere, including President Donald Trump. It's a big part of his life, competition and the love of sport, as he enjoys the greatest 36 holes in golf, kicking off with that inaugural tee shot, as you saw. And if you're a young golfer, a new golfer out there, actually President Trump's swing is one of the best out there. So watch all that, drag the club as he does, and go in square into impact. And then for the really big golfer out there, another great swing, Rory McIlroy. If you can copy any of that, slow that down, watch it. The Northern Ireland phenom, really a fantastic swing that you can actually mimic when it comes to just doing what's best. And what's fantastic, just like personalities, just like political opinions, there's not one that's exactly the same or exactly right. But those two, President Trump and Masters champion Rory McIlroy, worth imitating and watching, because two of them that do it best, whether in the amateur realms or in the professional realms. As we cover the latest from the Trump White House and the beautiful Scotland, that trip really seeing so many successes. So it was on the heels of a new trade deal with Japan, $550 billion coming into the United States. You have Thailand and also the Philippines agreeing to a 19% tariff cap threshold. The United States does not have to pay any in return, just as the European Union agreement, where the EU has to pay 15% to access our markets. We do not have to pay any. This brings down that fair reciprocal trade practices, which will give amazing access for both the continent and for the United States. Now, tariff barriers, this exact topic, the European Union will work with the United States to eliminate tariffs in various sectors and will provide meaningful quotas for other products, which, when combined, will create commercially meaningful markets and access for opportunities for a significant amount of United States goods exporting to the European Union, supporting high-quality American jobs. Also, the non-tariff barriers being lifted. The European Union will work to address a range of United States requirements that streamline what the EU did over the course of the last 25 years. especially with burdensome regulations to exporters, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, including through efforts to eliminate the red tape that United States exporters face when doing business with the European Union. There's also no free riders. The United States and the European Union will establish strong rules of origin to ensure that the benefits of this agreement flow directly into the United States and the European Union, not third-party countries. There's also barriers for digital trade. The U.S. and the EU intend to address unjustified digital trade barriers. In that respect, the European Union confirms that it will not adopt or maintain network usage fees. Furthermore, the United States and the European Union will maintain zero customs duties on electronic transmissions. This is very welcome, as economic security is a highlight of this trade agreement. To strengthen economic security alignment and supply chain resilience with innovation, the two sides will take complementary actions to address non-market policies of third parties, as well as cooperating on inbound and outbound investment reviews, export controls, and duty evasion. Commercial deals also a big part of all of this. With military equipment, the United States will sell to Europe and purchase significant amounts of United States military equipment as a result of key sectors using semiconductors as we confront this AI race, just like the 1960s. And as President John Fitzgerald Kennedy said, that we are not afraid, we will go to the moon. We have to stop the Soviet Union in their pursuit. And the new Soviet Union is the Chinese Communist Party. Don't take my word for it. Just look at their communist meetings where they have the old Soviet flag along with the Chinese Communist flag in the room. They are the Red Scare. Xi Jinping and his comrades are pure evil. There's no sugarcoating that fact, what they do to their people. We have satellite imagery of them taking Uyghur Muslims to concentration and hard labor camps by train. Sound familiar? They put people into these publicly funded buildings. In some cases, you have thousands of tenants stacked up on one another. They still have COVID restrictions in China. They're also the biggest polluter in the world. And during AutoPen, when I was covering local Alaskan politics, they were overfishing in the North Pacific, breaking trade violations and barriers. And then, of course, AutoPen was too busy eating his ice cream cone on Rehoboth Beach or falling over on his bicycle over the course of his summer holidays. Thank God that President Trump is back in the White House, because this America First economic agenda is restoring our industrial might. You saw that yesterday with Vice President Vance in the Buckeye State of Ohio, touring that facility, securing energy dominance, and making the United States the premier destination for all kinds of trade and advanced manufacturing in the industrial movement. That's why we got rid of the green news scam that took place. Sorry to India, sorry to China. Well, really not so sorry. We had our industrial revolution. There's no need why we would redistribute wealth under Barack Hussein Obama in order to weaken the United States. We are that premier global superpower because of free market enterprise and because you have the right to choose in those markets. And now our small business and our middle American businesses, those who save up for that dream to start that small business, whether it's a hair salon, whether it's the restaurant, whether it's in the manufacturing or the trades, in automobile manufacturing, whatever that dream is, you should be able to access countless citizens in Europe. And together, we can make sure that our citizens prosper as a result of true free and fair market capitalism. President Trump has reformed the entire global market as a result of this. So now it's time for too late Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed. Well, he'll be out the door soon. Maybe Tim Scott will take that place. Maybe Ron DeSantis, Kristi Noem. President Trump throwing out some great names of who would do better. But as he was touring that too late construction job over the course of the last 5 years, bring down the rates so that young Americans and first-time homeowners can finally purchase their home, have their sanctuary, that roof over their head, as they make the American dream possible. and peace through strength globally as a result of people doing better. And do you notice that from town to town where I get to travel on occasion, you see a little bit more of a skip in the step of everybody, a little bit less stress. And a lot of that is due to 20 promises made and promises kept that turned into Republican National Committee policy in Milwaukee last July. Now, other American presidents have tried and failed to reach these significant trade deals because they were too busy with antics with an intern, or fighting an unjust war in Iraq, or trying to put communist manifestos into place in the Oval Office, or simply eating an ice cream cone on Rehoboth Beach. Yes, much of the blame goes to Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the auto pen. They are four of the worst presidents America has ever seen, bar none. And their neocon and neoliberal agenda of the League of Shadows and the globalist uniparty is coming to an end under the leadership of this great real estate mogul, Donald Trump. Now, with the latest deal, President Trump has once again proven that the bold leadership and economic strength of the United States is unmatched and has an unwavering resolve when you open up these markets. It's liberated America from unfair trade practices of the past. Since day one, President Trump challenged the assumption that American workers and businesses that tolerate unfair trade practices have that disadvantage, decades of disadvantage, while Bill Clinton was busy on the Lolita Express visiting the island 28 times, contributing to historic trade deficits. On April 2nd, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to a large and persistent U.S. good trade deficit caused by a lack of reciprocity in our bilateral trade relationships, unfair tariff and non-tariff barriers, and U.S. trading partners' economic policies. It suppressed domestic wages and consumption. President Trump continues to advance the economic and national security interests of the American people by removing tariff and non-tariff barriers and expanding market access for American exporters. Today's announcement opens up historic market access to the second largest economy in the world. So now those with small businesses, with middle-sized businesses, they will have this opportunity, especially our farmers and ranchers. Europe will now look into buying poultry, dairy, meat from the United States, something that did not happen because they were too concerned about the pesticides. They were too concerned about the hormonal imbalance, as we had a trade imbalance with the globalists who were trying to take advantage of former living presidents, and they did just that. Because whether they be Republican or Democrat, the living predecessors of President Donald Trump allowed the deep state bureaucracy to run wild on you, brother, to quote the late, great Hulk Hogan. But that's over now. Common sense back in Washington, D.C., in this White House, as we're all here for it at Right Side Broadcasting Network, with an echo and a chorus of countless people, including liberals like Bill Maher, who say, yeah, things are going well. It's the way you do things with tariffs, with trade negotiations, peace through strength, stopping global strifes and conflicts by actually talking to people. And we learned from Barack Hussein Obama, oh, he had a pen, he had a phone. Did he ever use it? Because he could have called up the North Korean dictator. We threatened President Trump, saying that they are actually going into conflict upon your new term. President Trump asked him, did you ever call Kim Jong-un? And then we saw what took place there, a Singapore summit, which led to an invitation at the demilitarized zone, technically a war that's never ended, the Korean War. And we've seen leaders with the binoculars looking over that scary zone of what used to have a terrible bloody conflict on the North Korea and South Korea border. President Trump, at the behest and invitation of Little Rocket Man, walking right over that DMZ line. That's courage, and that is true leadership. And we've seen it for countless years now, from lawfare to assassination attempts, the fake impeachments. This president continues to stand as a testament and a living masterclass in real estate, hospitality, golf, and now how to run a country. And I'm looking forward to where he might put that a new big, beautiful presidential ballroom right at the White House, as he has at Turnberry, as he has at Mar-a-Lago. So we're covering the latest from the Trump White House here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, the live desk. And I'm sorry, Mr. Director, that one more time. And we'll be bringing to you a quick commercial break and a quick switch, and we'll see you back here momentarily.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
The President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Welcome back. It's 10:05 Eastern Time. Thanks so much for streaming in with us. Great coverage by Robert McNeely over the past, couple hours now as we continue to monitor the movements of President Donald J. Trump. He'll be headed to the United States today, leaving Aberdeen, and we'll have that here for you as he boards Air Force One. I was surprised to see Marine One in Scotland I guess that's what they do. They fly them over there too, or they put them in a back of a C-130 or something. But Marine One was there and is probably on the way back here to the States. But in the meantime, we'll see President Trump heading back to the States as well in just a bit from now. So as soon as we see that live feed, we'll definitely send it to that. And what a beautiful event that was in Scotland with the bagpipes there, and just President Trump of that heritage as well, Scottish heritage. It's just great to see that he is having a good time out there. On top of that, though, this wasn't just a mini weekend of a vacation of sorts. I mean, sure, it's nice to see the new Aberdeen links, but also a lot getting done, as you heard today on the broadcast, with the EU and meeting with foreign leaders. So it was a work/pleasure or business/pleasure vacation work trip that we saw here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So thanks so much again for streaming in with us. Again, President Trump starting the day, taking part in the grand opening ceremony of Trump International Golf Links Aberdeen. We'll get to a couple of those videos in just a minute. We did play just some of them now, so maybe we'll push that a little bit later in the broadcast if there's time, because what we're looking at is as soon as we see the the live feed to Air Force One, we'll be looking forward to seeing President Trump boarding that plane and taking off. At about 10:30 this morning, we'll have Matthew Spear with us. He is a Navy intelligence veteran and also a host of one of the shows out there called the Don't Unfriend Me show. So that'll be great to hear from him and some of his experience, working in the military, but also just his insight and analysis on what's going on out there in this world as we continue to cover this president and the 24/7 news cycle. What we're told is that specifically on the president's schedule, 4 p.m. Scotland time, so that's 11 a.m., so it's back a few hours from the local time out there in Scotland. So at 11 a.m. Eastern, so 53 minutes from now, the president will depart Aberdeen and then head back to the United States. The president will be back at the White House tonight at about 7:20 Eastern time after that 4-day Scotland trip. Before we go back to Scotland to check out some of those videos, as you mentioned, or as we mentioned today, this was also a work trip for the president. As you may have seen the meeting with the EU leader on Saturday, where the president made global history. So we do have, I believe, a graphic from the White House, just a fact sheet here, that President Donald J. Trump announced a trade deal with the European Union, fundamentally rebalancing the economic relationship between the world's two largest economies. So the deal marks a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance and will provide Americans with unprecedented levels of market access to the EU. So that deal bolsters America's economy and manufacturing capabilities. We're told the EU will purchase $750 billion in U.S. energy and make new investments of $600 billion in the United States, all by 2028. Now, through decisive leadership and an unyielding commitment to the American workers, President Trump has delivered yet another agreement that positions the United States as the world's preeminent destination for investment, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. This, per the White House there, saying also reaching a historic trade deal. President Trump's agreement with the EU achieves historic structural reforms and strategic commitments that will benefit American industry, workers, and national security for generations. So that is partly what happened over the weekend. Of course, this was a 4-day trip there in Scotland, Turnberry and Aberdeen. You saw him there this morning. If you're just joining us right now, of course, you can always replay some of the festivities there as the president opened up that golf course. I believe the first tee times will be next month. I think it's August 13th. I won't be in Scotland for that, but I know that there are people that will want to line up for that and definitely play a round of golf there in Scotland. As we know, again, President Trump making this historic trade deal with the European Union, and also a lot of other stories happening both across the pond and here stateside. Speaking of stateside, let's go to something that Fox reported earlier in the sense of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Thanks to President Trump's executive orders, the OPM has issued guidance to protect religious expression in the federal workplace. So the announcement reads as follows. The U.S. Office of Personnel Management, OPM, you see there, issued a government-wide memorandum directing federal agencies, get this, to take affirmative steps to protect religious expression in the workplace. The memo provides clear guidance to ensure federal employees may express their religious beliefs through prayer, personal items, group gatherings, and conversations without fear of discrimination or retaliation. So, for example, expressions among or directed at members of the public from a federal worker standpoint, reading this document says a park ranger leading a tour through a national park may join her tour group in prayer. A doctor at a Veterans Affairs hospital may pray over his patient for their recovery. This is now allowed thanks to President Trump's executive orders. No fear of retaliation or discrimination. If somebody is a believer and they want to pray over someone, they ask them, can I pray for you? They say yes, then you pray for them. And it's okay. That's not going to be something that will get you into trouble. You know, it's again, a great win on the freedom front brought to you by President Trump. This Office of Personnel Management, if you'd like to check it out, it's on X. You can check out some more of the specifics on that. As it's 10:11 this morning, Tuesday, July 29th. Let's go now to one of our great sponsors, All Family Pharmacy. Obviously, having 10% savings is always good. I want to tell you a little bit about this great group because what we know is that medical freedom starts with access, and that's exactly what All Family Pharmacy delivers. So they're changing the way people get their medications. No insurance, no red tape, just fast, reliable care shipped straight to your door. Because getting the treatments you need shouldn't be complicated. All Family Pharmacy makes it simple in just 3 easy steps. Check this out. Select the medications you need online. Okay, that's easy. A licensed doctor reviews your order and writes the prescription. Okay. And number 3 is your medications are shipped directly to your door. That is pretty simple right there. They carry the essentials, NAD+, methylene blue, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, and more than 200 medications. And every order includes that doctor's prescription. So you can take control of your health with a pharmacy that actually works for you. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that RSBN10 promo code to save 10% there. And if the producer can please repeat as we continue to move on. All right, let's go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. You can settle those back taxes today. Of course, tnusa.com/RSBN. If you've missed any taxes over the years or you have any questions about getting back on track, this is a great group to work with. Patriotic people that are just saying, hey, we're here for you. Here's the plan. Let's get on this plan. And then they'll reach out and take care of a lot for you. So all you have to do is go to tnusa.com/RSBN. 800-357-1415 is the number. All right, so 10:13 this morning. Thanks again for streaming in on this live broadcast right now, looking at sunny skies there in Washington, D.C. And my, oh my, is it hot. I think it's in the 90s again today there. Let me double check. Washington right now at 10:13 this morning, it's 87 degrees. It'll be 95 at 4 o'clock. 95 in D.C. That's something that is more like the deep south where it's that warm. But there's a bit of a heat wave, and I think that next week the high temperature will be about 78, 79. So it's fluctuating, but definitely a hot day as President Trump is headed back to the White House. He'll be there tonight at about 7:20, according to the president's public schedule. Meantime, switching our attention as we await the live feed from Aberdeen, we're going to see the president board Air Force One, take off, head toward the United States across the pond. We'll go to that as soon as we see it. Switching our attention now to the tragedy in New York City yesterday where 4 people were killed in a shooting by a Las Vegas man at the building that housed the NFL headquarters, among other businesses in Manhattan. So the New York Post is reporting that the New York City mass shooter Shane Tamura was found with a note blaming the NFL for giving him CTE, even though he never played pro football. We're told the gunman who killed an NYPD officer and 3 other people in a Midtown building on Monday evening was carrying a note that offered clues into his possible motive, sources told the Post. President Trump this morning said on his Truth Social, quote, "I have been briefed on the tragic shooting that took place in Manhattan, a place that I know and love. I trust our law enforcement agencies to get to the bottom of why this crazed lunatic committed such a senseless act of violence." My heart is with the families of the 4 people who were killed, including the NYPD officer who made the ultimate sacrifice. God bless the New York Police Department, and God bless New York. That officer, that police officer with the New York Police Department, his name is Abdirul Islam. That is him right there, with the respect by New York and the country right now, losing his life yesterday from that incident. So that is the top news stories, of course, that we're following here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know that there will be a ceremony to honor the life of Abdirul Islam today in New York. It's always something outside of those precincts when this happens. All of the New York police officers and supporters of police and supporters of our country, supporters of New York City, will be out there for that. So that's a bit later today, as it's 10:16 this morning. All right, switching gears now to the president returning again to the United States, of course, to the White House tonight. Let's revisit some of the Scotland trip, not only today's moment there in Aberdeen at the golf club, but also just overall the trip to Scotland. Take a look. Okay, just a snippet of the weekend there, or the 4-day work trip slash, vacation in some ways. Of course, on a weekend, you're allowed to do that, allowed to play some golf, just kind of disconnect a little bit. But it's probably very difficult for President Trump to ever disconnect from what's happening out there in the world. And he's back at it today, headed back to the White House on this Tuesday, July 29th. All right, we're going to move around a little bit this morning as we continue our live coverage, as we continue to stand by to see Air Force One with President Trump headed from Aberdeen to Washington, D.C. He'll be headed, of course, to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. So it's a direct flight, Aberdeen to JBA. We're going to have the first part of that trip right here as soon as we see that live feed, which I believe that will be getting ready any minute from now, as we will go there and check it out. In the meantime, we're going to look at a number of videos that we've seen over the past 24/7 news cycle when it comes to various departments. And this is leading up to our interview at 10:30 this morning with Matthew Spear, a Navy intelligence officer. He was a veteran, of course, so a former Navy intelligence officer, but also he and his wife doing a great job just getting out the word of freedom, getting out the word of what's true out there from their perspective. And 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, you agree with people that are speaking with their common sense intellect, and understanding things that are happening out there against the mainstream narrative, which is always on the wrong side of history. I was watching yesterday. You guys should watch this too if you want, but go to that video in the first administration when President Trump was in the East Room of the White House and Jim Acosta had that microphone and he tried to, ask stupid questions. They were literally very stupid questions, saying, well, you called it a caravan of people coming across the country. Well, we didn't see that. And, well, we now know that was definitely a caravan of people. Anyway, it was a fun back and forth to watch and just see President Trump, let people know that this is not going to be business as usual from the president's standpoint. This isn't going to be, oh, wow, you're so powerful, you have a microphone. If you're speaking, lies, you're going to get hit back with, verbally speaking, the truth. And I think that's what we like to see. And we see that with President Trump. You see that in conservative media. And I think that's not going to go away, hopefully. The only way that would go away is if the left side of the aisle, the extremists that hate the Constitution and want to lord over the people and make freedom of speech stop, that's the only way that'll happen in this country. But thanks to President Trump, he's has all these wins happening, the 20 core promises. And we're also monitoring still developments when it comes to the Department of National Intelligence, when it comes to Barack Obama and the gang from 2016 and 2020. We're not going to let that stuff just go. we know that there'll probably be developments with that. Same thing with the Epstein case. So we're following all of the stories here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and that's what we like to do because we're on the right side of history. We're just like you, those of you that are, supporters of not only President Trump, but just supporters of common sense, supporters of what our country was founded on, So, all right, so let's do this. Let's go to a couple videos. We have about 10 minutes until we are joined by Matthew Spear, 9 minutes now. Also, within that framework, we'll kind of juggle a few things here. We'll see if we get a live feed from Scotland. As soon as we do, seeing the president board Air Force One, we'll go right there to it. No matter what's going on, we'll go right to it, of course, because we want to see the president, and we want to see him, board that plane and take off. Now, he may speak to reporters right outside of the plane. If you remember, on Friday, he took a long time speaking to reporters as he was departing the White House on the South Lawn, headed to Marine One. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's go to the Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins. She also released a video pretty recently. We're going to go to that video now, but in the meantime, what we can share with you is we have videos from the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Homeland Security, and also we're going to talk about Truth Plus with just one post that I saw. Pretty cool stuff. And we'll also visit the Department of State. But let's go first with the Department of Agriculture.
Today, I am so proud to sign this block grant agreement with the great Commonwealth of Virginia, a crucial step forward in helping Virginia's agricultural communities recover from the devastation of Hurricane Helene.
I'm Governor Glenn Youngkin, and today is a very important day for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Partnering with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to provide needed assistance to help those impacted to recover and to rebuild has been one of my top priorities for our administration.
As the second state in the country to reach this milestone, Virginia has demonstrated extraordinary speed and resilience. On behalf of USDA, I want to thank my good friend, Governor Youngkin, and his outstanding team for their diligence in securing these funds for their people.
I'd like to thank Secretary Brooke Rollins for her outstanding leadership and her extraordinary team's tireless commitment to making these funds available.
Together, we're ensuring that Virginia's farmers have the support they need to rebuild, to recover, and to thrive. Now, let's get this thing signed.
It is my honor to sign this agreement. Now let's go to work.
All right, so that from the Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, and other great patriots there. So let's shift from the Agriculture Department to the U.S. Coast Guard, jumping around a little bit. It's all 24/7 videos from various departments here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're just sharing that with you as we stand by and await the president departing from Aberdeen back to JBA, Joint Base Andrews. We'll watch that happen where he boards Air Force One. Again, he may speak to reporters. We'll have that here live if that's the case. If not, we'll see him jump on that plane and head back to the States. In the meantime, let's go to the U.S. Coast Guard. This recent video brought to you by one of our great branches of our United States military.
We are bringing the greatest women and men in our nation in to be part of our world-class Coast Guard.
America's Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends our U.S. border and maritime approaches. Once we have eyes on a target of interest, it's very difficult for them to get away.
Acquire the target.
the Coast Guard remains deployed, conducting operations and on mission.
That's what these young women and men do. They are the future of our organization. We are committed to ensuring that we have the world-class facilities that we need here to continue to train our sentinels of tomorrow. They are the greatest in the world at what they do.
Great video there by the U.S. Coast Guard. We're going to get to the DHS one in just a second, and also this post that I saw on Truth Plus, which is pretty cool. And then we're going to get to Matthew Spear here in just a minute from now. Before we get to all of that, let's go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Free shipping, always good to see the word free. Free shipping sale. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. A lot of great products there. You're talking more than 2,000 products, all really good quality. How do I know? Well, I know this. Every product that my family and I have ever received from MyPillow have been quality products. So, and we're talking upwards of, I think, 8 to 10 products from MyPillow. So a lot of great things out there. And obviously you can check out the reviews as well, but mypillow.com/RSBN. Speaking of Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is go to the following thing. You can text RSBN to 801-801, or you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Also, for those of you that said you would like to send a check, there's people that want to send a check still. That's awesome. You can mail us a check or cash to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. So thank you so much for donating to Right Side as we continue to grow and expand here at the network and cover President Trump and cover conservative news. We spoke about a lot of news topics over the past 28 minutes. And it's always fun to bring on various guests. We're going to bring on a guest in just a minute. Before we do, let's go to that Department of Homeland Security video about deportations. Check it out.
This is Deputy Assistant Secretary Micah Bach. Under the leadership of Secretary Noem, DHS is carrying out the largest deportation operation in American history in the face of intense assaults against federal law enforcement. On July 19th in New York City, 2 criminal illegal aliens ambushed a CBP officer, shooting him in the face. These criminals were in New York because New York is a sanctuary city that prioritizes the interests of criminal illegal aliens over its own citizens. Our officer is fighting to recover, and Secretary Noem stood by his side, demanding every politician reject these treacherous policies and put American safety first. In just 6 months, President Donald Trump and Secretary Kristi Noem have delivered monumental victories to reclaim our nation's strength and reverse the social, moral, economic, and cultural decay fueled by the Biden administration's tacit support for a silent invasion through our southern border. Border crossings have plummeted 93% since Donald Trump took office. In May and June of 2025, Border Patrol stopped all parole releases cold. With $165 billion from the Big Beautiful Bill, DHS will be able to surge CBP officers, Border Patrol agents, and deportations. The deportations won't just continue, they will skyrocket. Secretary Noem joined CPAC's 3rd International Summit Against Human Trafficking this week. Under President Trump's leadership, DHS is severing the lifelines of these criminal cartels, who profit from human and sex trafficking. Since January of 2025, ICE has surged arrests of human traffickers by over 30% per month. We've rescued 10,000 unaccompanied children from the hands of these predators and arrested nearly 3,000 Tren de Aragua gang members, a gang who profits heavily from human trafficking. The work to secure our borders, defend our values, and rebuild our nation is just getting started. We'll see you next week.
All right, some more videos from the 24/7 news cycle. Before we get to our guest, Matthew Spear, let's go to Truth Social, talking about Truth Social Plus. They actually highlighted a post from someone that was watching Truth Social, and this is what they said. It's pretty simple, but it's really profound. Truth Plus has set me free from corrupt and fake news, and I thank you. That's perfectly put. Isn't that perfectly put by one of our great citizens there that said simply, Truth Plus has set me free from corrupt and fake news, and I thank you. You can watch RSBN on Truth Plus as well. So a lot of great conservative outlets on there. It's awesome to see that. Speaking of Truth Social, over the weekend, I posted this on the great site. And this is more from a faith perspective, and then we're going to get into the interview with Matthew Spear. I said, no matter what, Jesus Christ of Nazareth will always be God and King. That's all I posted. A lot of people like that one too. Obviously, we still have to pray and work hard and do our part, but it's still great to know that at the end of the day, that Jesus is always God and always King. Awesome to just be able to have that freedom of speech to speak that out there, especially in conservative media. Let's go now to Matthew Spear, the conservative host of the Don't Unfriend Me show and Navy intelligence veteran. Matthew, thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Thanks, Matthew. The good news is I won't forget your name, so it should be pretty easy to remember.
Exactly. And so do you go by Matthew or Matt? Because which one do you like?
That's our question, and I think we both probably have the same answer. It depends on if our mother was mad at us or not, so I'm fine with either. But how about Matt? For the sake of confusion, I'll call you Matthew, and we'll call it good.
All right, that sounds like a plan. What are your thoughts about the country right now? Let's just take a 30,000-foot view and just hear some of your insight.
To be honest with you, that's a great question. I was hoping you would lead with something like this. If I was looking back on 2020 and specifically January 2021, I was nervous. Made some predictions that Biden would definitely fall to the side of Jimmy Carter or worse, and those predictions came fairly accurate, unfortunately. But there was something that took place when Donald Trump was sworn in, and I think the word that Obama stole and lied to all of us was hope. And it felt like our country somehow understood that the track that we were on and flirting with progressive and socialism ideology over the last 70 years is not the way we want to go. So I love where we're moving towards. I love the deals. I love the meltdown that's on the left where everything is doom and gloom. But somehow it seems like we're on the right track right now. Let's see where it leads us in the next 3.5 years.
Well, and that leads me to my next question. What would you say needs to be done to save the future of our country? Of course, President Trump in office is a perfect start.
Mm-hmm. I think when you look at executive orders that were never designed to create law and legislation, it was designed to help the executive branch move forward with red tape and how to take the appropriations from the House and find out how to execute the vision of legislation. I think they're a stepping stone, but they're not going to solve the problem. And we've seen that what happens over the last two presidencies in particular is that when the new regime comes in from the other side, they tend to dismantle everything that was good that the previous president put in place. So I think the first thing, if we're going to talk from a high level, is we're going to have to get the House and the Senate to find a way to start standing together. Infighting is not going to work. These separation pieces that are inside the GOP need to solidify and stand with President Trump. And more importantly, in a very short period of time, 3.5 years, we're going to have to understand is that Donald Trump is not going to be the president of the United States. And although his influence will be there, who is going to step up and actually lead this movement, which has just taken the world by storm? And now it is global. It's no longer just the United States.
Exactly. One of the other things that we've been hearing, everyday Americans saying, I remember the conservative analyst and author T.S. Dixon, I know you spoke to him as well, talking about these, investigations and prosecutions to really, hamper any effort of someone that would come in and reverse everything, to your point. So would you elaborate on your thoughts about the importance of arrests for the deep state as we want these reforms to continue?
It's funny, when I came on, I was like, geez, I hope he's not going to mention TS, because that guy is above anyone I've ever spoken with. He's incredible. And he just shocks me with how much he understands. When he was in studio just a couple days ago, we were talking about this, and I think the best line that he said, which is, it wasn't verbose, it wasn't too long-winded, it just was simple, that America responds to galvanized steel on wrists. And I think that's what America needs to see. America needs to see accountability. And if you look at all the things that they did towards Donald Trump and the political lawfare, this didn't start just with Trump. I mean, we've seen this with Mitt Romney. We saw it with McCain. We saw it with judges from Reagan, and this stonewalling. We saw it with Clarence Thomas. And this has been ongoing for decades. But there is some pervasiveness and just deep-seated rot that's in Washington, D.C. that keeps remaining to be unchecked. And I think the thing that TS is looking for is for Donald Trump to utilize the prosecutorial powers that he possesses to make an arrest or at least make a case that doesn't end up swept under the rug. I mean, you saw Comey stand up there for 12 and a half minutes and prosecute Hillary Clinton, and all of us are waiting for it to drop. And then he's like, well, she didn't mean to, though. So therefore, and I'm like, wow, that's a great defense. I guess I can use that the next time something happens and we're found to be behind the 8 ball. But anyway, my point being is that I think there needs to be a case made. We see $37 trillion in wasteful spending, $9 trillion wasted in the defense budget. Where is that money? Where's the accountability? And eventually the government is going to have to answer to the American people. And the Constitution provides us that. It's not their blanket of protection, it's ours. And we need to utilize it. Yeah,
100%. So let's talk about you and the show that you have. But first, let's go with the Navy intelligence. You're a Navy intelligence veteran. Tell us about your time in the military, why you served, and then also we'll shift over and talk about your show in a second.
Yeah, well, my father, always a Marine, but he passed away. And of course, I joined the Navy just to spite him because that's, a rebellious youth. But I was looking to join the military, and I found a call to service, and all my family members were military. And my dad and I sat down, and he said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to be Jack Ryan. And he said, well, then you want to join the Navy. So I went down to Denver MEPS, and they told me, well, unfortunately, there's no intelligence billets, so you're going to have to be a nuclear tech. You qualify for that, and we need nuke techs. And I said, no, that's not what I want to do. So after about 3 days of waiting and coming back every day, an intel billet opened up. And I think in my youth, I was struggling. I was struggling to find God. I was struggling to find that family and camaraderie that I had with my siblings. So the military seemed like the next step, and I had to get my head on straight. So the funny story of that is I had quite a few speeding tickets. So I had to answer and atone for that, and I had to go to the judge, and I sat in front of him, and I wore my suit, and he looked at me, and he said, we're going to go ahead and wipe all these clean, because my Navy recruiter was right next to me, and he said, it's about to get really tough for you, tougher than I could ever throw against you. So you're about to grow up, and I did. So joining Intel was an amazing experience. I got to see some of the most amazing places in the world and work with some of the most effective people at what they do. And it was just a calling that I really enjoyed, loved it.
That's awesome. That's a great story. It's a great story about the fact that the judge knew what you were about to enter into, and then he's like, all right, well, go grow up, Matt. Go grow up.
Yeah, it happened for sure.
That's awesome. All right, so your show is the Don't Unfriend Me show. You've had Congressman Eli Crane on. You've had Laura Logan. Of course, recently people are starting to get used to hearing about T.S. Dixon. He was on one of your shows. How did that all happen? Tell us about the title. And by the way, it's called The Dumb Show as well.
Yeah. It's this is a point of contention. Trust me. Once you have something and it goes big, and it's not necessarily big, but no, it's not RSBN or anything else. But for a little podcast, you get the brand awareness. And what happened was it was the Don't Unfriend Me show. So the etymology of this is my wife, avid Trump supporter, and in 2020. I was working for a fairly prestigious Fortune 15, and she came up to me and said, hey, can I put a Trump banner up on my Facebook page? And of course you can, sure, this is America. You can do whatever you want. She goes, well, I don't want your friends at the fruit company to see that I'm a Trump supporter. And I said, I don't care. And you go put it up there. So she did. And two of our friends, godparents of our children, who he was my mentor and she was just a matriarch that we look up to, made a comment about Barron and Melania and Donald and said, they should inject bleach so that child can be raised by people who actually love them and could be good role models. And we were appalled, just absolutely appalled. And my wife just said, you've taught me a lot of things in life and the maturation process that you've been a role model for me. I'm just disappointed in you. And they defriended us. They They took us off all social media, no more Christmas presents, no more phone calls, nothing. And I went online and made a little video about 30 minutes long, and it received, I don't know, 30,000 views, and people said, you need to do a show. So it started. And I was working as a vice president at the time, and I started this little show, and Don't Unfriend Me was born. And the interesting thing is the initials, it's a long thing to put in a hashtag. So one of our viewers said, well, it stands for dumb, don't unfriend me, DUM, and they're calling us Nazis and deplorables and all these horrible things. Why don't we just embrace it? And it's antithetical to how you speak. Nobody's going to think you're dumb, so let's call it The Dumb Show. And the dummies were born, and here we are with the Don't Unfriend Me show.
Oh, so you call them dummies, huh? That's awesome.
They call themselves dummies. I never call them. And it's funny when liberals come on and try to own me, and they're like, oh yeah, you're the dumb show. I'm like, dumb is spelled with a B, by the way. Nice owned. So it's fun, and I've kind of moved away from it, but it's still The Dumb Show. It's thedumbshow.com and at The Dumb Show across all social, and it's stuck, and here we are. So I have to explain that 1,000 times a week.
So tell us about Eli Crane and Laura Logan and T.S. Dixon. I mean, you have these guests on, and I'm sure you had a number of other guests. I mean, what is it like when you're this smaller conservative podcast that's growing?
Yeah.
How do you reach out to an Eli Crane and say, hey, you want to come on the show?
Well, the lucky thing is I was at SHOT Show, and I was with another flag making company, and I worked with the teams when I was in Intel, and there's camaraderie there and brotherhood there from at least looking at these guys and going, they're incredible. But Eli and I had a few drinks together. Grunt Style was there, and it just worked out, and we wound up becoming at least acquaintances, if not friends. And I guess the word that I would say is it's just kind of like, I guess what somebody would say is an out-of-body experience. Like, it feels really weird sometimes just talking to people who you admire and you respect and who are such true patriots and Americans. I mean, you do this at a much larger scale. Even talking to you, this is insane. I'm on RSBN. I'm like walking around. I went up to my wife and I said, what is going on? Because the last 6 months, it's just everything seems to be moving so quickly. So you asked me what it's like. I think it reconstitutes my efforts to consistently focus on facts. And my partner Leroy, who's on there, and Amy, and my wife Olivia, who's on the show, we all have agreed that we don't talk in supposition or conjecture. We try to focus on facts. We try to focus on seeing the forest through the trees and giving a geopolitical picture through the Constitution, through the law, and things that have to do with honor and integrity. These are words that are lost and used as punchlines by the left. So it's a lot of responsibility. I have to pinch myself sometimes, but it's a huge honor to be here and to talk to these people for sure.
So sometimes, in journalism, a lot of times people have this long-winded question when you don't need to have one. So I'm going to insert that not long-winded question with you right now.
Okay. All right.
Why are you doing what you're doing?
Oh, that's a long one. No. See, that is such a simple question. And this is something we preach on the show constantly, is ask the why. A lot of people focus on the who, what, when, where. But the why will lead you down to the answers that you're looking for. Why are we here? What is God's plan for us? Why am I an American and not somebody who is from another country? I mean, all these whys. And when I look at this of why I did this, I was mad. And I was mad that something so inconsequential as political ideology could sever a relationship and a family all across America. And I listened to the way that they spoke about Donald Trump, and I saw the sinew, the lines of delineation between all of the other candidates for the Republican Party, and it was always the same. They were cheaters. They were racists. And I couldn't understand why right after that person lost or won, it either amplified or you never heard about it again. And it just seemed like all a show. And it was all fake. So when you ask me why I do this, a lot of my listeners who've helped me restore faith with God and my religion and have helped me kind of get on this path say that I'm doing the Lord's work. And I don't agree with that. I believe that I have a voice that can reach people. I believe that I can simplify things in a way with experiential learning and global learnings that I've traveled, and I've seen the way other governments work. I've seen what communism has done to the world. And I can simply help connect the dots through conversation. And we're missing that. And we don't do it anymore. It's a lost art form. So the long answer to your extremely short, complicated question is I feel this is where I belong, and I'm going to continue to do that as long as I can do it. And the next adventure, we'll see what happens.
And finally, regardless of the amount of people watching a live broadcast here at Right Side or on replay, same thing with your Don't Unfriend Me show, but to know that there's one person that could be brought awareness or enlightenment to something to become an even better patriot, or just someone that says, I just want to hear somebody on the media saying something that I believe in, which is the majority of the country, Matt.
Right. No, amen. The funny thing is that you bring that up is we've helped a lot of veterans with PTS and depression and anxiety, and we've actually stopped the show before just to have a conversation with a vet and say, you know what, we're done. We're going to have a one-on-one. We don't want to see, we lose 22 veterans a day. But I can't tell you how many times people are like, man, I met you and I listened to you and I just couldn't stand what you were saying. And then I listened again and then again and again. And what I realized is that you don't have all the answers, but you at least work through the problem and try to identify the right way to be, the right way to think. And it's not about left or right. It's about just focusing on the facts and trusting and having faith. And we all have the ability to learn something. So Matt, like yourself, we both try to find the good in everybody, and we try to find that one little sinew that ties us together. And that is the human qualities that we all possess. We're all human. If we just need to find that element again, we're missing it. So I'm going to continue to try to do it.
Yeah, same here. And it's all about the truth and common sense. Amen. Matthew Spear, the host of the Don't Unfriend Me show, and of course, a Navy intelligence veteran. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Matt, thank you so much. And make sure you guys follow me over on Wimkin at The Dumb Show. Jason's a good guy, and he says hello, by the way.
All right. Thank you so much. Tell him hello.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So that was great with Matt Spear, doing a great job there and having a great show. So if you'd like to watch, you can. Obviously, it's always good to have options, but, Right Side Broadcasting Network, we have all of the news. We have a lot of things going on. We have a great show on Thursday nights as well with Robert McNeely, the voice of reason, Thursday nights at 6 o'clock. So it's just wonderful to see conservative voices out there that are everyday Americans. Like myself, I'm an everyday American. Just because I'm, in a suit, who cares? I'm a citizen just like you are, and we want freedom to reign in this country forever until Jesus returns. Facts, right? Not confusing, not long-winded narratives, basics. And that's what we're going to stick to, It's the core principles of why we're all here and what we want to do in our country. We want our country to be able to have that freedom to speak, or freedom of religion. Speaking of that, if you're just joining us right now, let's go back to something that I talked about earlier in the broadcast when it comes to specifically the Office of Personnel Management. This is interesting because it has everything to do with those freedoms. President Trump signing executive orders. I'm going to get to that in a second. Now, again, as soon as we see the president taking off from Aberdeen, or at least getting on to Air Force One, maybe he'll speak to some of the reporters there. We'll bring that to you live. So we're going to monitor that until that happens. So you're stuck with me until then. I'm kidding. All right, so the U.S. Office of Personnel Management has issued guidance to protect religious expression in the federal workplace. This is something that was just announced yesterday. The announcement reads as follows. Check this out. The U.S. Office of Personnel Management issued a government-wide memorandum directing federal agencies to take affirmative steps to protect religious expression in the workplace. So the memo provides clear guidance to ensure federal employees may express their religious beliefs through prayer, personal items, group gatherings, and conversations without fear of discrimination or retaliation. Simply put, if you work in the federal government and you want to do the following, this is per this OPM report, here are some of the expressions among or directed at members of the public. A park ranger leading a tour through a national park may join his or her tour group in prayer. And it's okay. Not usually okay in other areas of life, but it's okay within the federal government right now if you're a federal employee. A doctor at a Veterans Affairs hospital may pray over his patient for her or his or her recovery. So if you're at the VA, you're a doctor, you're a believer, you believe in the power of prayer. I do as well. I know a lot of you do too. But you're allowed to ask, would you like me to pray for you? And that prayer could go a long way. It does go a long way. Think about what prayer can actually affect. I believe it can actually affect a physical person's well-being, that somebody could get healed through the power of Jesus, praying through Jesus' name. That's biblical. Those of you that are Christians, we believe that, right? I believe prayer can also encourage someone's mental and emotional state. If someone's dealing with something difficult, if they have a depression situation, anxiety situation, all over the PTSD, we were just talking about that with the former Navy intelligence officer, Matt Spear, that he would stop his broadcast, his show, to talk with someone about this. So that goes twofold. There's prayer, and then there's also, I believe, in meditation and also therapy and all of the things, because it's just what you got to do. You know, a lot of times we say it's only prayer, but if I pray for myself, watch this, if I pray for myself to have stronger muscles, it's not going to happen. I have to go and work out. So we pray in whatever way we would like, and then we have to still do something as well. So anyway, but it's great to see that a doctor at the Veterans Affairs Hospital may pray over his patient for his or her recovery. This is all a great win on the freedom front, brought to you by the president because of executive orders. So if you want to check out the Office of Personnel Management on X or go to the website, you can check out this whole report that was just released yesterday. I did see the report on Fox first, but a couple hours later, OPM reported it as well, just by itself. So it was great to read that report there. Meantime, switching our attention back to New York City, the tragedy there yesterday where 4 people were killed in a shooting by that Las Vegas man at the building that housed the NFL headquarters, among other businesses in Manhattan. So the New York Post is reporting that the New York City mass shooter Shane Tamura was found with a note blaming the NFL for giving him CTE, even though he never played pro football. So the gunman who killed an NYPD officer and 3 other people in a Midtown building on Monday evening was carrying a note, according to the Post, that offered clues into that possible motive. And President Trump spoke about it this morning on Truth Social, saying, quote, "I have been briefed on the tragic shooting that took place in Manhattan, a place that I know and love. I trust our law enforcement agencies to get to the bottom of this, why this crazed lunatic committed such a senseless act of violence." I know we do have a screenshot, I believe, of this message there. My heart is with the families of the 4 people who were killed, including the NYPD officer who made the ultimate sacrifice. God bless the New York Police Department and God bless New York. That police officer's name is Adidarul Islam. He's going to be memorialized today outside of that precinct out there. It is the 47th precinct, precinct 47 out there in New York City. So we will be monitoring that as well. So again, if you're just joining us now, it's 10:54 this morning. Obviously a lot of news to talk about. We went over some of the topics that we're following, of course, with the Department of National Intelligence, the FBI, the DOJ, in regards to what we learned last week from Tulsi Gabbard about all the details within that Russia hoax. And also we'll see the evidence, the receipts, and will there be any, charges outside of an investigation when it comes to Barack Obama and the gang. We're going to monitor that. Also, we're monitoring anything with the Epstein case as well. So if we have any details, we'll share that with you. As it's Tuesday, July 29th, we're approaching the top of the hour, still the morning, of course, across the United States. Speaking of the United States, President Trump will be back on our soil tonight at 7:20, back at that White House. So as soon as we see the plane take off from Aberdeen, Scotland, we'll bring that to you. And especially if President Trump speaks with reporters before he boards Air Force One, we'll have that for you. For now, my name's Matthew Alvarez. This is RSBN Live. Why don't we go to a commercial break? We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're about 3 minutes from the top of the hour. Looking forward to seeing President Trump take off from Aberdeen to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. Before we get to some of the replays of, there's a couple minute videos that we can play for you here coming up. Listening to some of the events there this morning at that ceremony of the golf course opening. We'll get to that in just a minute. Let's shift our attention to the Department of State with Tammy Bruce. Take a look.
Welcome to the Week at State. Our week began with Secretary Rubio announcing the return of Americans who were wrongfully detained by Venezuela. Every wrongfully detained American in Venezuela is now free and back home. Under President Trump's leadership, we are committed to bringing all Americans home. And President Trump secured fair trade agreements with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan. Eliminating unfair tariff barriers imposed on U.S. goods is essential to rebalancing global trade. For far too long, our country has been taken advantage of. Thankfully, we now have the greatest dealmaker in history as president. Additionally, the United States underscored how our participation in international organizations must benefit Americans. To that end, the United States vetoed World Health Organization international health regulation amendments so Americans retain control over American health policy. We also announced our intention to withdraw from UNESCO, in part because of its role advancing divisive social and cultural causes, which are at odds with our America First foreign policy. Secretary Rubio also had a busy week, meeting with the president of the Philippines and foreign ministers. Advancing American interests never stops for our nation's top diplomat. Finally, President Trump departs for Scotland to meet with UK Prime Minister Starmer and refine the great US-UK trade deal brokered earlier this year. And that was our week. And as the Scottish say, haste you back.
And we'll get back to a couple of those brief videos from Scotland from this morning in just a minute. This as we await the live feed from Aberdeen. We'll be checking out the president there as he is boarding Air Force One. Again, may speak to reporters. In the meantime, this all brought to you by some great sponsors, including All Family Pharmacy. So medical freedom starts with access, and that's exactly what All Family Pharmacy delivers. They're changing the way people get their medications. No insurance, no red tape, just fast, reliable care shipped straight to your door. So because getting the treatments you need shouldn't be complicated. It's pretty easy here. So All Family Pharmacy makes it simple in just 3 easy steps. All you have to do is do this. You select the medications you need online, and then a licensed doctor reviews your order and writes the prescription. Your medications are then shipped directly to your door. It's pretty easy right there, isn't it? They carry the essentials, NAD+, methylene blue, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, and more than 200 more medications. And yes, every order includes a doctor's prescription, so you can take control of your health with a pharmacy that actually works for you. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use that RSBN10 promo code to save 10%, as it is now the top of the hour, 11 a.m. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for live streaming this broadcast. And if you're watching on replay, thanks so much for doing so as we continue to monitor Aberdeen, Scotland, as we see a possible live feed that's happening any minute from now. When I say possible, as in any minute from now. We definitely will be seeing the president boarding Air Force One and taking off from there. If he speaks to reporters, we'll have that too for you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of Scotland, if you're just maybe, I was going to say waking up, I don't know about that, 8 a.m. maybe out there on the West Coast, maybe. But if you're just joining us right now, let's return to Scotland as Eric Trump introduced his father onto the golf course in Aberdeen.
The President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Well, that was quite awesome to see that. And of course, this was also a work trip for President Trump. As you may have seen him meeting with the EU leader on Saturday, where the president made global history. Now, from the White House here, this fact sheet that we have, I believe we have a screenshot of that as well. President Trump announced a trade deal with the European Union, of course, as reported throughout the past couple days and reported by Robert McNeely earlier, fundamentally rebalancing the economic relationship between the world's two largest economies. So the deal marks a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance and will provide Americans with unprecedented levels of market access to the European Union. So the deal bolsters America's economy and manufacturing capabilities. The White House, according to that fact sheet right there, which anybody can go to, of course, at the White House website, the EU will purchase $750 billion in U.S. energy and make new investments of $600 billion in the United States, all by 2028. Now, through decisive leadership and an unyielding commitment to American workers, President Trump has delivered this, according to the White House here, yet another agreement that positions the United States as the world's preeminent destination for investment, innovation, and advanced manufacturing, reaching a historic trade deal. President Trump's agreement with the European Union achieves historic structural reforms and strategic commitments that will benefit American industry, workers, and national security for generations. So that per the White House there, as it's 11:05, Tuesday, July 29th. We're awaiting President Trump there in Aberdeen, and he'll take that one-way flight back to the United States of America, back on American soil. It'll be great to see him back at the White House, continuing to win for the American people. This as we monitor all the stories, every one of them you could think of when it comes to the 24/7 news cycle. And when I say that loosely, of course. There's a million stories going on out there. But the stories that, most of everyday Americans want to know about. You want to know about the Department of National Intelligence report from Tulsi Gabbard, heading that information to the FBI and to DOJ about Barack Obama in 2016 and 2020 and the whole crew there. You want to know about the Epstein case. You want to know about the latest news that's happening within the Beltway, outside the Beltway, as we're seeing a live picture there in Scotland right now. You want to be a part of the live event that's happening. This is it right here on Right Side. And whether you're watching live right now or on replay, thanks so much for doing so. And whether you're watching on Rumble or YouTube or X or Truth Plus or wherever you're watching, thanks so much for doing so, including our app, our website, many places to check us out. And this is as we continue to slow and steady as what wins the race, right? So you keep marching forward as a beautiful picture there. You can see Marine One right there as well. Now, that's landing, of course, to pick up the president. So we'll see President Trump walk over to Marine One, and then he'll head over to the airport there in Aberdeen. We'll watch that as well. And then if he speaks to reporters there, we'll have it all for you live, unedited. Because when it's live, you can't edit it anyway. But who wants to edit something? And the only time you edit is if there's just a general interview, and you don't want to take out content that is telling about the interview. If there's just like an or something in there, just whatever, just to speed it up a little bit, but not to do what 60 Minutes did back in the day, totally taking out a whole segment of some answers. Anyway, so the point is, glad to be live with you. 11:07 this morning. Beautiful Scotland right there. It's going to be great to see President Trump walk over to Marine One and head back to the US of A, where he belongs. We love when he's here, but when he takes these trips, he does it for a lot of the right reasons. All of them are right reasons, because you think about it, they're all for America first. If you're meeting with other leaders in other countries, you're doing things for international trade, for security, for U.S. relations, diplomacy, all of the things. Yes, he went to Scotland and played some golf. Well, he goes to Florida and plays some golf. He goes to New Jersey and plays some golf. It's okay to have a couple hours to yourself playing golf. He's already, it's on his mind all the time. I'm sure, I don't even know how he does it, to be honest with you. How in the world do you concentrate on playing golf when you're the leader of the free world? He does it, but I'm sure his mind is always thinking about we the people and freedom and our country moving forward. And there is not one person on earth that I'd rather have at the White House than President Donald J. Trump. All right, so 11:09, Tuesday, July 29th. We'll monitor all the news. Again, we are loyal to truth and common sense, and we are happy to see that we have leaders that are on the right side of history. If there are questions to be asked, if there are investigations to be founded out, sure, we're all about whatever is true. And so that's what you want from us. That's what we'll bring to you here as we see Marine One there. Why don't we take it live just for a minute and just listen in Scotland. right, so looking live there in Aberdeen, Scotland. Of course, President Trump starting the day from our time perspective, taking part in the grand opening ceremony of Trump International Golf Links Aberdeen. Of course, if you missed any of that coverage, there's plenty to replay here on Right Side. We've been live since 8 this morning, actually 9 this morning. Maybe it was 8. They all run together because we're airing in different time zones, of course. But 11:13 this morning, I know that's a fact on the East Coast. Waiting for President Trump there to depart the building and to walk over to Marine One. You saw Don Jr. and some family members. I also saw Margot Martin there. So whenever you know that Margot or Don Jr. is around, of course, other staffers at the White House, you know that the boss, President Trump, is about to walk out of the building there. Now, I'm a little bit confused. I think he's going to walk out of there. They keep looking out at the Marine One, maybe they're just checking out the helicopters, but still a beautiful scene. Think about that with the just all of the architecture there in Scotland and the great course. There's now 2 courses there at that golf links, Aberdeen. The grand opening ceremony of Trump International Golf Links Aberdeen was this morning. I saw somebody on True Social saying you should name the first course 45 and this new one 47. Pretty cool. Maybe a nickname for it as we monitor live there in Scotland. So I've never been to Scotland. I've been to London, England, but I've never been up north to Scotland. That would be an awesome trip. Ireland would be great too. But looking forward to maybe stepping up the golf game. Not that great at golf. I talked to Robert McNeely earlier, and he told me he's pretty good at golf. So anyway, looking forward to seeing the president, the commander-in-chief, again, return to the United States. That happens in the next minute or two. We're going to see the president walk over to Marine One. He'll head over then to Air Force One and take off from Aberdeen. He may speak to reporters at the airport there. We'll see. This, as we know, he'll return at 7:20 tonight. That's when he'll be back at the White House, back here in the United States. So as we continue to monitor the news of the day, we've covered a lot of stories. If you're just joining us now, we've covered the story, the tragic events in New York City just yesterday around 6 o'clock. We covered that story, President Trump speaking about that as well, and also reviewing some of the European Union trade deal that was brought global historic measures to the trade between our country and the European Union. Also, if you missed it, at about 10:30, we had Matthew Spear join us live. He's a former Navy intelligence officer, also host of the Don't Unfriend Me show. It was great to hear from him and just hear his story. You can check that out if you'd like at 10:30. Also, again, Tuesday, July 29th. And what we'll do for tomorrow is, as we await the president's public schedule, fresh off a trip from Scotland, we'll see if there are any events to cover live tomorrow. Usually there is something to cover here every day when it comes to this White House. I believe, just as a guess, that tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, this is without any sources, I'm just guessing, that there will be a press conference with Carolyn Levitt. I mean, President Trump fresh back off of a trip, maybe that will be kind of a way back in to some coverage. We'll see. We'll monitor it and we'll bring it to you as we see the president's schedule. Again, that schedule usually brought to the media the night before. So anytime between 7 p.m. Eastern and 10 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 sometimes, is when the media gets the press guidance. It's something that's a public schedule. You can check it out too on various sites, as soon as it's updated on those sites for the following day's coverage. So you can really stick with us. Everything that we cover on the daily here is because we're seeing various scheduling from the White House, and also if there are various conservative news or other press conferences or things going on Capitol Hill, we'll bring that to you as well. As it's 11:17 this morning, we see Don Jr. there. We see, I believe that's Margot Martin. From a distance, I can't see that closely at this point. But still, regardless, we do know we'll be seeing the president here momentarily. We'll take you back there live in just a minute as you're looking at a beautiful Scotland there in the bottom right of your screen, a nice wide vantage point. As we know that Marine One is has landed out there in Scotland. I, to be honest, didn't know that Marine One makes the overseas trips. I thought it was obviously Air Force One, and then the Beast, you know, the huge Cadillac that's armor-proofed and all that. I know they make the trips on C-130s and all that. You know, how else are you going to get them out there? But I didn't know that Marine One makes it, and that's pretty cool. So it is there, and he'll be getting flown from that Marine helicopter and then boarding Air Force One. All right, so looking at any other topics of discussion today, we did go over a number of videos throughout social media on X and on Truth Social when it comes to various government heads, you know, when it comes to the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense and the Coast Guard. We were looking at a lot of different videos as we stand by for the president right now. Let's go to Truth Social with President Trump at this point and double check on any of the latest posts. His latest post is actually from our network, Right Side Broadcasting Network, as he posted some of his speech from earlier this morning in Aberdeen, Scotland. So that's the latest post by the president, already upwards of nearly 3,000 likes. That was from just about 41 minutes ago. Also, the president posting an article from the Daily Caller from Dave Bossy talking about Americans support full transparency and thorough investigations to uncover Russia hoax. So that's an article he posted as well. So it's definitely still obviously on his mind. He could be out there golfing and all that, but he knows there's business to be taken care of. That's obviously what he did throughout the course of this 4-day trip in Scotland, meeting with the leader of the EU and others out there. So we'll see those trade deals come to pass. I know there's an August 1st deadline coming up in various ways when it comes to trade. So yeah, we're monitoring all of it for you. Thanks again for joining us live here on Right Side. Let's go to the next post. President Trump posting an article from the Washington Times. From Iran to the border, Trump takes on America's toughest fights. That's one that he posted as well. He also spoke about that tragedy in Manhattan, saying, I have been briefed on the tragic shooting that took place in Manhattan, a place that I know and love. I trust our law enforcement agencies to get to the bottom of why this crazed lunatic committed such a senseless act of violence. The president says, my heart is with the families of the 4 people who were killed, including the NYPD officer who made the ultimate sacrifice. God bless the New York Police Department and God bless New York. And that officer, his name, of course, this is from just recently, is right here. I'm just going to get it. I want to get it right. It's Adel Islam is his name. And so he's going to be memorialized and honored today in New York outside the precinct. It's always something when an officer falls in the line of duty. It's in New York, it's a whole ceremony event that happens pretty much the day after. And then on top of that, the 3 other victims that their lives were taken there in New York. There's a lot of information out there about what happened, including that this gunman was from Las Vegas. He was trying to get to the NFL headquarters on Park Avenue in New York to complain to them about getting CTE, that brain injury. But obviously, this guy never played for the NFL. So obviously, some things wrong there. But this is something that we'll see who the 3 victims were outside of the police officer. Meantime, as we await President Trump there in Scotland, he also said on Truth Social about 7 hours ago, North Sea oil is a treasure chest for the United States. The taxes are so high, however, that it makes no sense. They have essentially told drillers and oil companies that we don't want you. Incentivize the drillers fast. A vast fortune to be made for the UK and far lower energy costs for the people. All right, let's get ready to go to Scotland there, as the President of the United States may be coming out any second now. right, so you see Marine One heading slightly west, it looks like at this point, because I was just checking where the airport is, not too far from that location there. So this will be a very short flight, and then as soon as we see that live feed of the president departing or deplaning, if you call it that, out of a helicopter, when he's walking off of the helicopter and getting onto Air Force One, we'll have that live feed, as well as there are cameras set up over at the airport in Aberdeen. If he speaks to reporters there on his way to Air Force One, we'll have that for you. If not, he may wave and just board the plane. Usually he'll speak to reporters on the way on Air Force One back here to the States. So we'll upload that if that's something that we get at a timely fashion. Of course, it's 11:33, bottom of the hour. Thanks so much for streaming in with us as we continue to monitor the president's moves from Scotland over to Joint Base Andrews back here in the United States of America. In the meantime, we're going to play a couple videos for you. One is about the White House recap video of this whole Scotland trip. This is more from the work side of things. And then after that, we'll hear from the president once again there in Scotland. As if you're just joining us, he spoke for about, I think it was 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, spoke at the new grand opening there of the ceremonial grand opening of Trump International Golf Links Aberdeen. So we'll be able to listen in on that. This as we await that live feed to see the president board Air Force One. So thanks so much for streaming with us here. It's 11:34. Let's go to that White House recap video right now.
Well, that is a beautiful sound, and we want to thank them. What talent. And you have young ones and you have a little older ones, and they're going to be, the young ones are going to be doing that for 60 years, just like the little older ones are doing, and I want to thank them very much. Great group. Heard them last night. I also want to thank your First Minister who's here. John, would you stand up? John Swinney, who's a terrific guy and loves golf and loves the people of this country. And we really appreciate it. You're really a very special guy. Thank you very much for everything, John. My son, Eric, has worked so hard on this, and it's been truly a labor of love for him. And we started with a beautiful piece of land, but we made it much more beautiful. And the area has given us, they've really welcomed us. If you remember at the beginning, it wasn't quite a welcome, but it wasn't bad. But with time, they've liked us more and more now. They love us, and we love them. They've really put it out, and they know how good this whole complex is. It's Trump International. We have the first course, which we call the old course, and the second course, which we call the new course, because that's the best way to describe. Anything else gets too complicated. They don't know which is which, but they know the old and the new, and it's going to be something very special. And the big question is, which is going to be better, if there's such a thing, because we've had such great ratings on the first. I don't know if you can match them on the second, but the second should be every bit as good. The land is of equal quality right on the North Sea, and it's going to be really, it's going to be great. I look forward to playing it today. We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war, but we've stopped about 5 wars, so that's much more important than playing golf. as much as I like it, it's much more important. I want to just thank Sarah Malone for having been with us right from the beginning. She was young and not experienced. Now she's still young and very experienced. So I just want to thank you. And my and my son Don for being with us all the way. He's always been with us, and he's a great guy. And he's got some great golfers in the family, Kai, and he's got one right over there, that little one. She may be one of the most talented in the whole family. She's something special, right? So that's Chloe. You'll be reading about her someday, walking down the 18th hole of some great course, I think, right? She's very talented, actually. So I just want to thank everybody. This has been an unbelievable development. The land, they said it couldn't get zoned. It was an impossibility. And Sean Connery said, let the bloody bloke build his golf course. Once he said that, everything came into line. John and I were talking about it last night. Everything came into line. I want to thank, by the way, the Prime Minister was here last night and was really very gracious and loves the place, loves the area. So I just want to thank him very much for coming. And we gave him a little preview, and it was really very nice. And we just signed a very big deal, as you know, with the European Union, but also with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was a week before, and it's a very big deal and a great deal for the country, and it's a great deal for everybody. So I just want to thank him and everybody that worked so hard on it. They've been trying to get it done for 12 years. We got it done, so somebody did a good job. So I just guess we're going to be hitting a couple of balls, and we're going to play the round. And Laura, I want to thank you, with the head of the Republican Party, for during the election, which was the time they counted. And she was fantastic. And Ron and Larry, thank you very much. And everybody, we just had tremendous support from everybody, especially the family. These are very hard to build, and you won't see them built anymore. You'll probably never see another course built in the dunes, not dunes like this. To the groundskeepers, who I know so well, from number one, the first thing I said, which is better, the old or the new? And they were unable to give me an answer. They actually meant it. But great job you've done with your course superintendent, who's been here for a long time. And we just want to thank you. And to all of our friends, to all of our great friends, thank you very much. So I'll be playing quickly, and then I'll be heading back. And I look forward to that, but I really look forward to playing. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to the media. The media's been terrific, believe it or not. I didn't use the word fake news one time, not one time. Today they're not fake news. Today they're wonderful news. But I just want to thank you. They've treated us really well, and they respect what we've done really at a level that you rarely see nowadays. So I really very much appreciate it. And we're going to go out. We're going to have a good time. Thank you, all of the dignitaries and all of my friends. It's going to be a special day, and it's going to be a special year, and it's going to be a special decade. And we're going to make all of our countries strong and great and really wonderful again. And that's happening, and it's happening very fast. And we love Scotland. You know, my mother was born here, and she loved it. She would come back here religiously once a year during the summers with my sister Marianne and sometimes my sister Elizabeth, but they would come here religiously. And Stornoway, that's serious Scotland, by the way. There's no doubt about that. So the Isle of Lewis, I want to just thank everybody and have a good time today. Play well, enjoy yourselves, and many, many years. We'll see each other many, many years. Thank you very much, everybody.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we cut the ribbon, we want to present something to a very, very special person, a person who's truly become a member of our family, and that's Sarah Malone. She's dumped 16 years of her life into this incredible property. She's built every inch alongside of the entire family, and there's no one more deserving of this than her. She's truly, truly become a friend, family, and a person we love very much. So I know she's going to get emotional. I can see the lips, but you deserve every moment of this incredible day. Not only are we doing this ribbon cutting, not only are we doing a presidential visit, we're also doing the Legends Tour. We're also doing the DP World Tour back-to-back. I think Guy will tell you that's the first time in history that you've ever had two tournaments playing in back-to-back weekends on the same course. So you're a rock star. We love you. We appreciate you very much. And this is for you, Sarah.
Pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be?
Please welcome onto the tee the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Next up, and no pressure, Eric Trump. Former Ryder Cup captain and team member Paul McGinley. And US PGA champion Rich Beem.
Okay, so we have a video actually picking up from that spot in just a second. I want to give you some context on it, of course, but President Trump, as you saw earlier today, if you just watched it for the first time now, thanks so much for streaming in as it's 11:48. We're awaiting President Trump, his flight from Aberdeen to JBA here in the United States, of course, Joint Base Andrews. It's about a 20-minute flight from Trump Scotland International, the golf course there, to the Aberdeen International Airport. So it's a 20-minute drive, actually, and it's 15 miles away. So Marine One's going to be landing there any second from now. And then, of course, we'll be watching the president board Air Force One. If there are any questions from reporters that he takes, we'll have that for you here live. And speaking of that, that leads me to this point perfectly, actually. So President Trump, as you heard during that speech, he was saying that the press was covering, the event, fairly, basically saying they're doing a wonderful job. He said, I didn't use the word fake news, and that's always fun to have the president just have a good time there. But on the following account, Rapid Response 47. So Rapid Response 47 on social media said, quote, "But the fake news just can't help themselves." Take a look.
Mr. President, come and tell us about the course. Mr. President, what will you say next to Benjamin Netanyahu?
We're going to try and get things straightened out for the world. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to play that for you one more time here. The reporter, this is an interesting tactic. It's the bait and switch. It's pretty simple stuff. It's, hey, President Trump, tell us about the course. Well, that's a nice thing to say. So President Trump stops. And then the guy asks about some foreign policy question when it's just simply an event at, listen, freedom of speech, right? You're allowed to ask that question. But, it's just sometimes can you lay off for just a hot second? Maybe. But anyway, you can hear the gasp of the crowd there. He's just opened up this course. He's been working there as well with the EU, with the UK. He's been come on now, think about what he's been doing. What about Cambodia and Thailand? The peace deal there. And as Carolyn Levitt so rightly put it the other day, peace deals and trade deals in all caps. We have to remember that the left-wing mainstream media is relentless. They will not stop because that's their religion. It's their life. They don't even really believe in a God, or they don't believe in truth. They don't care about any freedom. They don't care about any of that. They care about pushing an agenda that is straight up from the pits of hell. It's just facts. So what do? We pray hard, we work hard, we vote hard, and in cases where the law has been broken, there's investigations to save our country. Anyway, don't want to get on a rant there, but it's just interesting to see the fake news do what they do. Again, it was a wonderful event, and then some reporter from across the pond thinks he's slick. Let's watch it again.
Mr. President, come and tell us about the course. Mr. President, what will you say next to Benjamin Netanyahu?
We're going to try and get things straightened out for the world. Thank you.
Whatever. Lame stream media, as the great Rush Limbaugh called them. All right, so the president will be back at the White House tonight at 7:20 Eastern Time after this 4-day Scotland trip. We have gone over a number of the accomplishments from the trip. Nice to see President Trump back at the Scottish roots, of his family, saying his mom was born there, and just great to see that trip. Again, it was a work and vacation in a sense of a weekend. And you know what? He met with the EU leader. He met with the UK leader. He made these great trade deals. And oh, by the way, he opened up a new golf course. Big deal. If we looked at Joe Biden, come on, guys. If we looked at any other president, the amount of beach time, I'm glad President Trump doesn't go to the beach. He says that's not what he likes to do, but cool. But Biden, did you see the video the other day? I don't know if you saw it. I saw it for a second. He was trying to open up one of the beach chairs. It just wasn't working. Anyway, we have a winner in chief, a negotiator in chief, a peacemaker in chief, a deal maker in chief, a commander in chief. This is who we have running the country. Yes, we want to know about the Department of National Intelligence reports going to the FBI, the DOJ in regards to Barack Obama and the gang. Yes, we want to know about the Epstein case. Yes, we want to see our 20 core promises passed and fulfilled in this country, so when President Trump is no longer in office in 2029, we have our reforms still locked in for our nation. We still want our freedoms. President Trump still wants his freedom, So all of the naysayers, all the left-wing media and the woke mob, it's just, whatever. All right, so let's go to All Family Pharmacy, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Medical freedom starts with access, and that's exactly what All Family Pharmacy delivers. They're changing the way people get their medications. So no insurance, no red tape, just fast, reliable care shipped straight to your door. Because getting the treatments you need shouldn't be complicated. All Family Pharmacy makes it simple in just 3 easy steps. So these are the 3 steps. You select the medications that you'd like. So you just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You select the medications, and then from there, a licensed doctor will review your order and then write the prescription. Your medications then, on the 3rd step, are shipped directly to your door. So it's literally as easy as 1, 2, 3. So they carry the essentials like NAD+, methylene blue, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, and more than 200 more medications. And yes, every order includes the doctor's prescription, so you can take control of your health with a pharmacy that actually works for you. So visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that code, RSBN10, to save that 10%. Great sponsor here at Right Side as we're slowly approaching the noon hour on the East Coast. So good morning to everybody watching right now. Thanks so much for streaming in on this live broadcast, looking at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right now. I want to go to something that I was thinking about Old Glory there, the American flag. This, as we await President Trump's live feed in Scotland, in Aberdeen, to get onto Air Force One. We'll take you there as soon as we see it. Let's go to some specifics that I was just thinking up. You know, sometimes, again, it's not rocket science. It is simply common sense stuff. But I want to tackle something with the beautiful Old Glory flag right now. So, as you guys know, our flag means so much. It's a symbol of freedom, strength, and greatness. It's also a symbol of justice, as justice is actually within Old Glory. Here's what I mean. We already know the stars and stripes on the American flag represent the 50 United States and the 13 original colonies, respectively. And most of us also know the following. And if you don't, this is still cool to talk about. The colors also have meaning. So red symbolizes valor, white represents purity, and blue stands for vigilance, and this is the whole reason why I brought it up too. Well, I love freedom, but justice. So blue stands for vigilance and justice. So it's within our Old Glory, within our United States flag that we see so beautifully outside the White House right there. This is heartfelt today on this one too, because that's what it's all about, is freedom, strength, greatness, but also vigilance, justice, purity, valor. That's what that flag represents. So no, it's not fun to see when the woke mob is burning that flag. It's not fun to see that people are laughing in our country's face, maybe some in the woke mob, maybe some in the mainstream media. It doesn't matter what they think anymore, because if they're on the wrong side of history, we don't want to hear what they have to say. I don't. Now, there is public discourse. There is a time for people to talk and have a conversation. If you're right wing, left wing, upside down wing, I agree with that. But if you know that the person is constantly spreading false information and trying to sway public opinion for the entire world, when I say that, it's because we're the leader of the free world. So for us, no, I don't want to hear what they have to say. I don't. Because they're speaking from a terrible place. Not saying they're a terrible person. You might say that. I don't know. I'm not going against the person. I'm going against their content. If the content's wrong, I don't want to listen to it. And we know what content is wrong when it comes to common sense. It's either common sense, simple truth, or false narrative lies, all against freedom, all against God, all against the Bible, all against morality, all against, everything that's good. Anyway, back to the point. So again, if you're just joining us, I was just talking about our United States flag. Very simple stuff, but why not go over it? All right, so again, we know the stars and stripes on the American flag represent the 50 United States and the 13 original colonies. The colors have the meanings as well. Red symbolizes valor, white represents purity, and blue stands for vigilance and justice. Justice is the main key. Because if we don't have justice and the people that have broken the law in the country aren't held accountable, then what makes the next president, if they're on the other side of the aisle, not just reverse everything that we just saw done here? And how do we keep our country saved to the future, with all the freedoms? So, that's a drum that people are beating out there. They're like, well, thank God that there's this Department of National Intelligence looking into certain things when it comes to Obama and the gang. President Trump just posted on his Truth Social within the past couple hours an article from the Washington Times speaking about just that issue. We're also looking at the DOJ, how Todd Blanche and And the crew there are looking into the Epstein case when it comes to Ghislaine Maxwell and on. We're going to monitor all of these stories. And it's great to have a good time. It's great to have a summer weekend. And I'm not talking about Scotland here. I'm just talking about us in general. But when it comes down to it, how do you want to use our valuable time when it comes to conservative media? And what you do see on conservative media, whether it is a podcast host with millions of followers, whether it's a smaller show, whether it's a conservative news outlet like ours and others, we fill the airwaves with mostly 90% of the time very serious talking points. Trust me, we still have lives. We still want to go to a beach. We still want to go and have a good time. We still want to go to a concert, But partly this is a good time too, because we're actually sharing truth and common sense with all of you. So again, thanks so much for joining us right now. It is now 12 o'clock on the East Coast, noon on the East Coast, and 9 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us throughout our entire country. We're awaiting President Trump there in Aberdeen. That flight from Trump International Scotland, his golf course, to the Aberdeen airport is only a few minutes long. I mean, it's a Marine One flight. I looked on the map. It takes 22 minutes to drive from the Trump golf course there in Scotland to Aberdeen International. I believe that's where he is departing, if I remember the president's schedule, that he will be departing from Aberdeen International. So at any minute from now, we should be seeing a live feed there of Air Force One at Aberdeen International. Then he'll fly over to the United States, Joint Base Andrews, and he will be arriving at 7:20 tonight around that time at the White House. And we'll cover any events that happen, of course, tomorrow and throughout the week as we get the public schedule here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on RSBN.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're awaiting the scene there in Scotland. We're knowing that the president is traveling to one of the airports right in that region there. As soon as he lands, we'll bring that to you live here. And then on top of that, lands from Marine One, we'll go there and watch him board Air Force One. Again, he may speak to reporters outside the plane. We'll see. Usually we'll speak to reporters on that overseas trip back here on Air Force One. So some news still to be had today as it's 12:02. Speaking of news, we're looking for our archive footage from just the other day. I think it was just Saturday, so it's not too far back in the archives. But the president meeting with the EU leader, of course, that was on Saturday, where he was talking about the huge trade deal when it comes to our country. And I'm going to go over some of those specifics once again here. The work trip aspect of this, I mean, we're talking a global historic move when it comes to international trade. The president, according to the White House, as they announced that trade deal with the European Union, fundamentally rebalancing the economic relationship between the world's two largest economies. So the deal marks a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance and will provide Americans with unprecedented levels of market access to the EU. We're told that the deal bolsters America's economy and manufacturing capabilities. So the EU will purchase, get this, $750 billion in United States energy and make new investments of $600 billion in the United States, all by 2028. So the White House saying through decisive leadership and an unyielding commitment to American workers, President Trump has delivered yet another agreement that positions the United States as the world's preeminent destination for investment, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. So reaching a historic trade deal, President Trump's agreement with the EU achieves historic structured reforms and strategic commitments that will benefit American industry, workers, and national security for generations. So that information you can check out if you'd like on the White House website. There's a lot of fact sheets on there. So if you're ever wondering what is this about or what's that about, you check it out on the White House site there. And of course, you can bounce that off of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we're sticking to reportable, common sense truth here at the network. So we watch it, we see it, we report it. We also monitor various things live, as we have been all morning since earlier this morning. Robert McNeely in studio for the first half of the broadcast. I'm covering the second half here. If there's any breaking news or developing news, we'll be sure to bring that to you. This is, as we know, that President Trump is on his way to the airport there in Scotland, and as soon as we see that live feed, we'll send it to that. In the meantime, let's go back to the Department of Agriculture with Brooke Rollins, who released a video pretty recently.
Today, I am so proud to sign this block grant agreement with the great Commonwealth of Virginia, a crucial step forward in helping Virginia's agricultural communities recover from the devastation of Hurricane Helene.
I'm Governor Glenn Youngkin, and today is a very important day for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Partnering with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to provide needed assistance to help those impacted to recover and to rebuild has been one of my top priorities for our administration.
As the second state in the country to reach this milestone, Virginia has demonstrated extraordinary speed and resilience. On behalf of USDA, I want to thank my good friend, Governor Youngkin, and his outstanding team for their diligence in securing these funds for their people.
I'd like to thank Secretary Brooke Rollins for her outstanding leadership and her extraordinary team's tireless commitment to making these funds available.
Together, we're ensuring that Virginia's farmers have the support they need to rebuild, to recover, and to thrive. Now, let's get this thing signed.
It is my honor to sign this agreement. Now let's go to work.
All right, so plenty of videos within that 24/7 news cycle from various departments in federal government. So airing that with you here as it's 12:07. As soon as we see that live feed, we'll take you to the president there as he deplanes from Marine One and then boards Air Force One. Within that time frame, he may speak to reporters. We'll see. But regardless, always cool to see the president. Always cool to see Air Force One and Marine One overseas as he will be headed back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. 7:20 p.m. Eastern Time is his ETA. So looking forward to seeing that. In the meantime, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. Simply text RSBN to 801-801. That's one way you can give to conservative media, give to Right Side Broadcasting Network, as we are now 10 years young here at this network. 2015, of course, started it all when President Trump started it all. At all of those rallies, all of those events, all of those speeches. Holy smokes, that's a lot of coverage. I wish we can figure out how many hours of coverage Right Side Broadcasting Network has been live over the years. Because you remember, if the president was to speak at 7 o'clock at night at one of these rallies, we'd be live at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And it'd be 7 plus 10 hours of coverage right there in just one day. And there was times, of course, that he would cover, or he would speak at, 3, 4, 5 rallies in one day in one of the runs there with the campaign. So it's a lot of travel, but it's a lot of coverage. And if you'd like to give to Right Side, we can continue to do this. Literally, I mean, you think about it, we don't have these huge corporate sponsors, and those corporate sponsors, we're kind of glad we don't, in a way, because a lot of them are woke. We don't want woke. You go woke, you go broke. But we have some great conservative businesses here that are sponsors. Also, if you'd like to donate, you can. So just text RSBN to 801-801 as we're looking live there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's go to some more videos as we continue to monitor the live feed from Scotland, where we'll see President Trump boarding Air Force One momentarily. Let's go now to the U.S. Coast Guard. They released this video within that 24/7 news cycle.
We are bringing the greatest women and men in our nation in to be part of our world-class Coast Guard.
America's Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends our U.S. border and maritime approaches.
Once we have eyes on a target of interest, it's very difficult for them to get away.
Acquire the target.
The Coast Guard remains deployed, conducting operations and on mission.
That's what these young women and men do. They are the future of our organization. We are committed to ensuring that we have the world-class facilities that we need here to continue to train our sentinels of tomorrow. They are the greatest in the world at what they do.
Thank God for our U.S. Coast Guard and all of our branches of the military, and might as well thank everybody, the National Guard, the local law enforcement, county law enforcement, state law enforcement. Really looking forward to seeing justice be served in this country at any level, whether low level, mid-level, or high level, all to save our country in every way. All right, so we see there Air Force One in Scotland. Beautiful day there right now, so we're going to watch for Marine One. As soon as you see the cameras starting to move around a little bit, that'll be because they're looking for Marine One. They hear it in the distance. They usually move the cameras and they focus in on Marine One on the way there with President Trump and White House staffers and family. They're going to board the beautiful Air Force One, and we'll see if the president walks right to that camera that you're seeing right there. He may walk right in front of that camera and take some questions. We'll see. If not, I'm sure he'll speak with reporters on Air Force One on the way back. But I mean, come on. The guy's always speaking in front of reporters, so it's not like he's, not wanting to speak to the media. The thing that's tough from his perspective, now that I think about it, I don't think I've thought about it this way. It's like, well, he knows that there's conservative media out there. I mean, he retruthed one of our feeds from this morning when Robert McNeely was hosting, and it was about the video out there in Scotland with the golf course this morning. So he knows there's conservative media out there. We know that. We see it. And other conservative outlets are retruth. But we just know that there's still 90% of media is still mainstream. And there are viewers, not many, but there are people that do watch some of these networks. So he has to use these various media to get the word out. So that's why when he comes over, if he comes over to speak to the media today, he has to use these guys and not use them and lose them, well, in some cases maybe, but basically get the word out. So he has to deal with a free press, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem is we already know that the country voted for President Trump and his agenda, right? So we didn't want, and we rejected wokeness. We rejected the Democrats on the extreme left. We rejected them because the majority of the country over the past 3 elections voted for President Trump. But the thing is within media, there's still, we don't vote for media, right? You don't vote for, hey, I'm going to vote for this guy or this girl. No, we just have options. So simple. I mean, you guys are already watching Right Side and on the right side of history with conservative media. So thanks for doing that. Let your friends and family know that there is an option to the lies of the left. Not to cause any divisiveness in the sense of anything crazy. I'm just talking about simple. You have a choice. You can watch us. You could watch conservative media. I guarantee you, some of the folks over in mainstream media is not really zooming in on this and letting the moment breathe as we're about to do. They're going to be saying, oh, the president's this and that. Well, that's the left wing. We don't care about them because they're spitting lies. Let's go to the truth. Let's go right there to Marine One. Well, there you go. President Trump, if you can read the nonverbals, pointing to the press saying, I'll talk to you in the back of the plane. That's where he goes and does the press availability. So we will be seeing that much later, whenever that happens, whenever that feed comes through. So it most likely won't be live because we're going to be wrapping up our broadcast here in just a second now. So the president will be speaking to reporters on Air Force One as signaled. Also, the White House posted this, never tired of winning. Never tired of winning, showing the president after a great 4-day trip in Scotland. Great to see that. And we aren't tired of winning. We always want to win, and we want truth and transparency. That's what we want here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And someone that stands for freedom, and someone stands for the Constitution, and stands for we the people, no matter what the left tries to throw our way. Now, here's the thing. Specifically, though, when it comes to truth, we see the Department of National Intelligence right now. We see Tulsi Gabbard sending the reports over to the FBI and the DOJ. We see that. We also see the DOJ looking into the Epstein case situation. We look to see all the 20 core promises and the wins and the accomplishments by the president. We'll always cover on the right side of history, truth and common sense here at this network, and I believe in conservative media as a whole, continue to do that. It's great to see someone like this president leading the way for all of that. And so as things happen, we'll monitor it, and we'll be glad to bring it to you here. Never tired of winning. The White House saying that on Truth Social and X pretty recently. So let's thank a few sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including All Family Pharmacy, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you guys for being a great sponsor here. RSBN is that 10 promo code right there, RSBN 10. Let's also go to Angel Paste, I believe I heard. There it is. AngelPaste.com out of Spring, Texas. Great sponsor. Thank you guys so much for being a sponsor. Also, Kalshi.com/RSBN. If you'd like to bet, trade, or check out some polls, you can on Kalshi.com. Let's also go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415, TNUSA.com/RSBN, and also MyPillow.com/RSBN. Of course, free shipping sale. A lot of great products there with MyPillow.com. Thanks to Mike Lindell here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, it's 12/21, Tuesday, July 29th. Thank you guys so much for streaming in for this live broadcast. President Trump on his way back to the United States. We'll be back at it with more coverage tomorrow. If there's any breaking news that is coming across the wires in our desk here, we will bring it to you here on the channel or online as well on Truth Social and on X. For everyone here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you again soon.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.